Come on, come on, come on, come on now, touch me, babe. Can't you see that I am not afraid? What was that promise that you made? How I'm gonna love you till the heaven. Hey guys, how's it going? It is I, the real Randy Chavez, coming at you today with a Veve OMI update video with Foster Hilt. Guys, if you're new, welcome. If you're not, welcome back. I love you all. Say hello to Dashi. What's going on, Foster? How's it going?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
I am doing all right. We got a couple people saying, "Oh yeah," and Hex 2.0.
Yeah.
Have you heard of Hex?
I honestly I hadn't heard of Hex until I had heard of it, but I hadn't really looked into it until I made that video like a week or two ago that I think you referenced in one of your previous lives as well. I hadn't heard of it, but it's doing really well recently. It's up like several 100%, and I think anything where you're making several 100% on your investment can't be a bad thing. But
that's true. That's true. I tend to do the thing where I'm only in one project at a time. And my one project at a time, it always does well. Like, I was in Tesla, Pokemon, now this, but I have missed out on other things. Is there any things that you've missed out on while you were on the OMI train, on the Akomi fam?
I think, yeah, definitely. I've definitely missed out on a few things. And I think, as any savvy investor, and as you've alluded to several times, diversification is what a financial advisor would recommend to you. But I think when you fully believe in a project and understand its fundamentals and understand where it's going, I wouldn't even call it so much missing out, because conceivably I could have even traded OMI short term, tried to read the TA, listen to some of the guys like Wannabe and stuff who are really good at doing TA, to try and make some more money off of that or whatever. But I think at the end of the day, like, I understand that, it's kind of like a Warren Buffett strategy, right? Like pick the winner and then just hold on to it. Like there's tons of cryptos and poo coins and whatever that have, done significant things. And I tried to invest, like, I think I had like $100 in Safe Moon. I bought into Bonfire for like another $100 or so. And it was funny because I think back at the beginning of the bull run in like end of April, beginning of May, I think I turned like $100 at Bonfire into like $2,000, which is like a 20x. But in my head, because I didn't know anything about crypto, I was brand new to crypto. I was like, yeah, but that's nothing. Like, I'm not going to take any profits. I'm going to wait till it goes to $100,000, because you're just listening to all these people on the internet that are like, oh, I can do anything, man. And I'm like, okay, cool. And then now I think it's down to like 120. I think I'm technically still up technically, but it's just like, yeah, I missed the boat on that one. So
it seems exhausting to try to go and say like, oh, and go here, wait for this to move, and I'm gonna cash out here and go on this before people get in. I don't know how I get exhausted just from trying to keep up with all the Akomi stuff. Like, did you see that interview with David Yu? He's talking to the Chinese markets, talking to Chinese people.
Yeah, I think definitely a couple content creators. I know Non-Fungible Wonderful, Niall Ballantyne, and Cavell Anderson did 3 or 4 fantastic breakdowns on that entire issue.
I just watched a few of them. This guy Akomi Veve OMI, he just he translates it, because I guess he went and translated like a good like 20 minutes of it, and I've just been watching them like all night. It's been.
Man, the amount of gems that have been dropped in that thing. I know Cavell made a joke about it. He said, the English community is being left behind here, because it's crazy. Like all these months of questions and stuff that we've been asking in AMAs, not nearly as articulately as they did in that interview, needless to say. But all of this information that's come out about so many different issues, it's just like, oh my God, like it's so exciting. It's crazy.
I can't keep up. I don't have the. If I wanted to, like, for each announcement that he made, I could make my own video on it. I don't want to do that to people. I don't want to be like, all right, here's like 12 different videos today. Even when I do like 4 videos a day, it's like, all right, it's a lot. People are probably gonna get bored. I might as well just do like a podcast on this. What is your favorite piece of news that you've had so far, whether it's been an AMA or things like speculation, like Master Collector Program? Favorite thing of news?
Oh gosh. I just got to pick one, eh? Okay. Well, what I'll say is, because we were talking about the interviews, I'll say my favorite piece that came out of those interviews that I found was exciting. And it came from the translation of one of the Cavell videos that I watched. And he was talking about how David came out and essentially said that the actual digital collectibles and NFTs that we're purchasing right now are kind of secondary to their long-term business plan, and how the Veveverse is going to be like the moneymaker. And it's crazy because you look at the fact that they've already made like $60+ million in revenue this year. Every drop sells out in a fraction of a second. Like, people are spending huge amounts of money on the secondary market, and it's like, wait, that's your just like placeholder until we get like what you really want. That got me super excited.
Yeah, and that 60 million, that's not including the Da Vinci deal that they inked, which was another 50 million. It's over the next 5 years or 6 years, but still, like, the fact that was so. I mean, I don't know if they'll count that in this year's profit and loss or balance sheet. I don't know if they would. I mean, they're definitely already profitable without that. But if they needed just to say like, oh yeah, we grossed over 100 million this year, it just sounds a lot better than grossing like 60, 80 million.
For sure. No, definitely. I completely agree with you. But in some ways, like, it's funny because it's a double-edged sword, right? Because people hear you're grossing a bunch of money and they get all excited about it. But with that gross comes expectation. So I think in some ways this is technically the first year of the rollout of the app. Like, in some ways it might actually be better for them to just be like, no, we'll roll it over to the next year. Because I mean, and at the end of the day too, like, yeah, they make a ton of money, but I think what people forget, and of course we don't know the numbers for sure, but I mean, they have a bunch of overhead costs and stuff, especially just starting, right? Like, to get the actual licenses, you got to pay the licensor. To operate a business, you have a bunch of, and I'm sure you can touch on that with experiences that you've had, and there's all these things that need to happen. So when we hear these pieces of, they come around every now and again, even with a project like this, pieces of FUD, why aren't the buybacks happening? What's happening with this? Like, people think that. And I've heard this crazy conspiracy theory that they're not doing buybacks because they're taking all of the money that they were making from that, and then they're just pocketing it. And I'm like, every time I hear that, I'm like, do you guys not understand that, like, Marvel and likely Disney's legal team vetted these guys? Like, I don't care what kind of internet detective you think you are, whether you're CoffeeZilla or whatever, like, you're not doing the DD that these guys are doing. Like, come on, let's get real here.
Yeah, even if you had someone that was, let's say they didn't have a job, they were like me, they're just retired and they had nothing else to really do. The only thing that they would really see with that is there's only so many hours in the day. And again, you have Disney's legal team, like, they went to school for this. This is what they do for a living. And they don't just have one person. They have a fleet of lawyers that all probably costing them like $500, $800 an hour.
Yeah.
And they're just, and Disney could just, that's fine. Go make sure. But yeah, I don't know how much of the agreed, I know they take their 6% of each sale in the secondary marketplace, but there is, and which they're making so much money with that. Like the comics alone, the comics are that Marvel #1 comic, the floor is like $25,000 now.
Oh, it's like one sale and that's some $1,200, like, just one sale. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, what's 6% of 20 grand? So that 10% of 2. It's $1,200 for. That was really quick math. That was really good.
I know you've seen a couple of my videos there. Like, I'm a numbers guy, right? Yeah. Like, and that's why I mean, it kind of feels embarrassing to say that I went all in on OMI relative to who I'm talking to right now. Because I mean, let's be honest, there is no all in if you're not Randy Chavez, but relative to me, I'm all in, and it's because I did, like, when people look at me, they're like, well, how do you come? I'm like, guys, like, I do this as much as I do my full-time job. Like, this is what I do, like, every single day, looking up information, looking up statistics, looking up numbers. Anytime any other content creators in the community release videos, I may not always comment on them. I may not always be forefront in the chats, but I am there. I'm listening. I'm taking people's ideas, formulating my thoughts, and just running the numbers. And it just gets me so heckin' excited.
Yeah, I love the fact that there's other people like me in this industry as well. I made a post it was like 2:30 in the morning, and I posted, like, on Twitter, being like, hey, this new David Yu interview that's translated, so I got to watch these. I do spend most of my waking hours on Veve and Akomi, and in the Pokemon world, there wasn't this connect where people were like, oh yeah, based on these number sales, PSA 10 will sell for this amount. Like, I had to figure all that by myself. Ray Thatch, that $5 super chat saying, Randy, all in NFT coming soon. Yeah, we could try that. There's a couple of me already. There was no other numbers people really in the Pokemon world. There was just people that, oh, I like this card, I like this card. But here, there's a bunch of people like me and you. There's a bunch of people that go all in. There's the Rebel Duck has the sales data on his channel, which is great. I think Bud Thompson goes all in with those spreadsheets. So it's really good. I have a bunch of people saying like, hey, is there an easier way to put all the recent sales into a spreadsheet? And it's fun. I love the community. And I've said this before, I haven't had this type of camaraderie really since the military. Yeah. Have you ever experienced, like, did you play like high school football or anyone at work, or all right, guys, we're all in this together?
Yeah, you know, it may not show now because I've packed on a few pounds since that time in my life. But yeah, no, I was big into sports in high school, and I always played positions that, you know, other people needed to rely on you for. So like in hockey, I was the goalie. So I was the goalie on the team, you know, and in rugby, I was outside center. So like I had like a fundamental role throughout the entire field, and just a bunch of sports where, you know, you played an important role, but you also couldn't be successful without other people. Like I was never big into solo sports. Like, yeah, I played tennis and things like that, but like I loved playing with a team, coming up with a plan and working together off of each other's strengths towards a common goal. And that's something that I see in the community all the time. And like I said, there's tons of people in the community that provide so much more insight than I could ever likely do. Like I'm fairly well spoken, but I mean, for you put out, you know, 2 live streams a day where you're constantly interacting with the community, talking to people, giving them ideas, letting them give you ideas, having a conversation. Niall's putting PowerPoint presentations together. Cavell is our deep dive resident detective finding stuff. Daniel Lee's doing a bunch of live streams. And then, you know, like you said, we have the Butt Thompsons of the world. I apologize, Butt. And Omi the Clown, who, you know, is putting together the spreadsheet, the woman XVV, Orange Bag Lady, everyone that's kind of spearheading that. Like we just have such a great and well-rounded community that I hope anyways is making any newcomers, you know, feel welcome and want to be a part of it. So
and I guess also selfishly too, I mean, I love that because there is something for everyone, especially the women XVV, like, because there's, I think 2.3% of my audience is women, so there's not a lot. I don't know whether it's like I say, hey guys, we knew welcome, and then like I'm farting because I do that in like 10% of my videos. If you know, I was like, oh man. So I'm glad that they're there so they don't have to deal with me. And then also, but it's fun. Like, just if anyone's seen like some of my live streams, like they keep me laughing all day. I make them laugh because someone said like something about like they got a secret rare. I was like, I fell off my terrace and I was like, what's a terrace? Because I didn't know what it was. And so I'm Googling it and everyone's just laughing their butts off. I was like, all right, I laugh at my dumbness. Yeah, it's fun. Can you go live? Is that feature enabled for you to go live?
I'm not sure if it's I think for anyone, I think technically you can go live on YouTube. I think like the second you create a channel, I think it's technically live. And I have debated it, but I'm trying to branch out of, because there's a lot of people that do it great already. Like you do it great. Daniel Lee does it fantastically. You know, he's always got, you know, a lot of people in his chat and things like that. So there's already like a couple of people that are doing it really well on YouTube. I'm thinking about branching out more so into other traditional live stream avenues that have something else going on as well. So like another passion of mine is playing video games. Like I very much like playing video games. So I've come up with this idea, you know, maybe I'll try going on Twitch and streaming live on Twitch where we can still interact with the community, play games with the community. Like if anyone wants to jump in and play the games that I'm playing, play some custom matches, whatever the case might be, and then still be able to talk about, you know, any Veve and Akomi content that anyone wants to talk about. So I think I might try that. I tried it last week and I think I posted it on Twitter and I think I had 2 people come by. But you know what? Like for the 2 people that were there, it was a great conversation. I think we all enjoyed it. We enjoyed hanging out. And for me, like it's never been about, and I've made this point several times, like for me, it's never been about viewership or numbers or anything like that. Like if it happens organically, great. You know what I mean? Like that's fantastic. And you know, I sure you can attest to that. I mean, you don't have the biggest subscriber count out of every content creator on YouTube. But even the last event that Hello K and Wannabe Champ put on, I mean, I think you were voted the most popular content creator, which congratulations, that's fantastic. And that speaks to, that speaks to, it's not just the amount of people that follow you, it's the engagement you get from the people that do follow you. So like I only have, I think 700 subscribers on YouTube, but my videos are getting over 3,000 views. So if people don't want to subscribe, that's fine. But I can tell that people are liking the content that I'm putting out because I'm getting 97, 98% like ratios. And I'm also getting 100 to 200 comments on all of my videos. So the people that are watching it are engaging with me, and I respond to every single comment. And I think, that I think to me is more important than having 100,000 subscribers and whatever. Because for me, I work for a living still. Maybe once I get to the point where I'm retired, maybe, that'll be fun. But for now, I do this because I'm interested in it. And if you're interested in it too, great.
What is the price point where you could be like, hey, honey, we need to have a conversation. I'm rich enough or I don't want to be going into work every day. Like at what price point do you be like, done?
So we have a couple different numbers in mind. So for those of you that may not know, I currently have 14 million OMI. So not quite Randy Chavez numbers, but I mean, still doing, well for myself relative. So, for me, I have a couple different milestones depending on the success of the project, right? And I never want to say, if it hits $1, I'm going to do this, because I do think it eventually will, but I also think that it's important to make tangible goals that I think are no-brainers and then go from there. So I don't want to put it at a year time frame, but I'll just throw out price predictions and maybe you can give me an idea of what you think will hit each of those. So for me, 6 cents pays off my entire house. So we recently just bought a new home. So 6 cents pays off my entire mortgage. But that would also mean that I don't have any more OMI, right? So that's my entire investment. I sell it. Now, I think that if, let's say, the space becomes oversaturated, maybe Veve doesn't do as well as we hoped it would, the Veveverse is maybe a little bit more of a flop, whatever. I don't think any of those things are going to happen, but let's say hypothetically they do. And, we hit 5 years from now and we're only at 6 cents and it's like, okay, this project's not going anywhere. I would probably, pay off a decent percentage of my mortgage, probably not all of it, and then invest the rest into other projects to work towards retirement. So that's my first number. Now, 6 cents for me is also going to be, depending on how quickly we get there, my relative take profit number, because about so I live in Canada. So I saw someone in chat said, where's your accent from?
Yeah.
I'm Canadian A, so that's where that comes from. But that's for me also where I will hit 6 cents is about $1 million Canadian dollars. So because obviously we're invested in USD, it's about a 20% split for it. Yeah. So it's about $1 million. So for me, I would probably pull out 10%. Which would more than cover my entire initial investment. I also promised my wife we would go to Paris because it's some place that we've been previously that she's always loved to be. So we'll probably go back there for a couple weeks and then we'll keep the rest in depending on where it goes. My retirement number, house paid off, never have to work a day again in my life. If I wanted to be really frugal, probably 28 to 30 cents would get me through no problem. Anything 40 cents and beyond is, my wife and I are both retired, never have to work a day in our lives. And I have a daughter right now. She's 15 months old. Her education is paid for and, money on the side for whatever she may need. I want my kids to still work. I'm not one of those, hey, let me just give you a bunch of handouts, but have money aside that if she ever needed it for a down payment on whatever, we'd be able to help her out. So,
yeah, that's great. Paris, funny. So in 2019, I was there for a day. I had 8 or 9 hours between flights. So it was a hell of a layover. And I was like, all right, let me go and just explore the area. It was fun. My driver that was there, I wanted to go to Disney World or Disneyland they had there. I was like, oh, let me see how it is. I'll go for a couple hours. But at the time there was these, they're called yellow jacket protests. I don't know what the yellow vest protests.
Okay.
And they the whole road was by. I was like, yeah, we can't get there. I was like, you know what? I'm still a little tipsy. I have the drunk munchies. Just let me out over here. It's like, oh yeah, the protest over there. You don't want. It's like, no, listen, I'm hungry. I get baguette right there. And then I didn't realize like how dangerous it was. I thought it was just like
Yeah.
protests and people shut down. But yeah, like windows are broken and everything. And actually, my friend Wells, he said he was there too, but he was like military. They had to go and like do crowd control. I was like, whoa, hardcore. But yeah, so price points for your 6 and 28 cent. I would say I was going over it the other day. If I think that we're about a penny next month, that's just from the switch over mutable X, and maybe we have 1 or 2 more exchanges by the end of the month.
Yeah.
And I don't expect it to be a Binance or a Coinbase just yet. I would say it's something smaller like a KuCoin or a Kraken.
Yeah.
At least one of those be by the end of the month. When that Bitcoin ETF goes when that gets approved, because I think it will be, and let's just bull case that it is on October 28th.
Yeah.
I think Bitcoin by the end of Q4, like the end of December, would double and it would be about 100 grand, give or take. So if that 2x's, there's really no reason that OMI shouldn't 4 to 8x.
Agreed.
So if we're at a penny at that time, that fits into my timeline of 3 to 5 cents, but I think that is kind of conservative, just considering what altcoins do, how awesome this is, and especially Veveverse coming out in December. That 6 cents could happen this year for you.
Yeah. And then the question becomes, if we go into a bear market, if depending on what side of the aisle you subscribe to, but do we enter a bear market and are you better to sell most of it and then buy back in at a lower price point, or do you just keep holding and wait for the next bull market, whenever that may be?
So again, I've been here before, and what I'm doing is not advice to what anyone else should do, but I just know that, let's say if I know I have a crystal ball, I know that the bear market is coming, let's say March 15th, or the Ides of March of next year, and I want to sell everything by February. I could do that, but I would have to pay short-term capital gains on everything that I have. And I would much rather, me personally, it's easier for me to just ride it out. So I've done that before. I know it can go from, let's say, 7 cents back down to 1 cent, losing, 70, 80% of the value. And that's fine. I don't mind that, because I just don't like paying those taxes. Because then not only do I have to rebuy them again, I have to resell some to pay those capital gains taxes the next year. Sure. But I think, even 5 cents by the end of this year, I think doubling by the end of next year is pretty conservative as well, because David said in those videos, they do want, China and Russia are their big countries that they want to come on next. That in conjunction with the fact that they said 4 languages by Q1 of next year. So I'm going to guess, Mandarin, Russian, French, and somewhere else. So I think doubling is not hard at all. I think that could happen literally by Q2 of next year.
I agree. And I think, that's why I'm a numbers guy, because, social sentiment is one thing. And we know that within our tight knit community, and I do consider it a relative tight knit community with the amount of people that are currently invested in the project. I mean, I think we're only at 145,000 wallets or something like that for OMI. And, when you look at a project like SafeMoon that has 1.5 million, or Doge that's up, whatever it is, 3-5 million wallets or what, it goes to show that the second that this ends up on people's radar, and a part of that is going to be accessibility, which we know is coming with Immutable X, the word parabolic is almost an understatement. We're only at a $1 billion market cap right now. And when I try and stress this to people, I say, Doge at the peak of what was the initial bull run back in April hit $90 billion in market cap.
Gosh.
You know what I mean? And so we're not even at $1 billion right now. There's no reason, there's really no reason why, if we start to roll things out in a timely manner near the end of the year, when people are pulling their money out of, I would call them more speculative coins, your SafeMoons, your Doge, your Shibas, whatever, and they're looking to put them into more blue chip tokens or tokens that have utility, which, as we know, OMI is going to have about 100 different types of utility by then. I could see a ton of money, both from retail and institutional investors, pouring into this project. And like I said, I put out a tweet yesterday, Yeah, up until about 1.3 cents, it's going to be a grind because there's been so many people that have been in this project for months and months and months that bought in near relative all-time highs. Maybe they didn't dollar cost average down. They don't understand the project as much, and they're just looking for that first chance to run. Whales, conversely, may also look to take profits around that range. So getting to that level may be a little difficult depending on the catalysts and how much pushback we see from the current investors that are in the project. But I think once we surpass that number, I don't see any psychological levels that would deter us from immediately basically jumping up to 2 cents. Because to me, that's like that's a nice round even number. People go, okay, yeah, 2 cents, that sounds good. It's almost double 1 cent, then I'll take out my initial invest. Like, I feel like the run up to that could be very quick. And then the FOMO that other people see, oh my God, OMI's up 50% again today. Oh my God, OMI's up 100% again today. Like, we're already seeing that right now in the market. The entire market with this news out of China, with Evergrande like tanked, Bitcoin is down like 11% and OMI's up 8%. You know what I mean? And people, you may not see it immediately reflect in the prices, but people, they make mental notes of that. Oh, that OMI coin, like that, didn't dump like everything else. Why is that? And then, they might start to do their research. Let's find out a little bit more about this. And we're seeing that even in Twitter spaces, like the one that we were both in the other day with, we're starting to see the blue check marks pop up en masse and say, hey, this is a project not only that we've just heard about, but that we've been invested in and been buying collectibles in since like February. And now they're just coming out to talk about it. Why is that? Right? Like something's coming. So
I agree 100%. And I like what you said with in the bear market. I know you said numbers guy. Maybe you saw this with stocks, but I talked about this live before. Last year when the pandemic hit and everything went down, the ones that recovered quickly were blue chip companies that were disruptive and innovative, like Square, Illumina, Tesla, CRISPR, and they had a nice K-shaped recovery while everyone else like kind of petered up. And I believe that happens here. People are going to get out of like the Safe Moon, the Doge. Are going to get out of all these meme coins like Baby Shark and Baby Trump. I think Baby Trump was like a rug pull. But they're going to get out of all those and they're going to go into something like this. Again, even if it was just you had one project that had, let's say, Jurassic Park. It was like, oh, hey, this project has Jurassic Park and it also has the Jurassic Park NFTs. I like this. But we have that times like 1,000. We have 3 different types of Jurassic Parks and Star Trek. So I really like, I don't want to say this is bear market proof, but I think it does have some bear market body armor and I think would thrive in a bear market, or at least be the first to recover, in my opinion. But you were saying about the Twitter spaces. Do you have did you see the uptick in the price of the Todd McFarlane Batman, Superman, and then the secret rare Spider-Man after they had mentioned what they mentioned?
It was insane. And I actually made a comment in the Twitter space. I said, you just, shot the prices of those up by 50% guaranteed. And then after the Twitter space, I went on and, Superman before that, I think was like 340.
Yeah.
It like doubled. Todd McFarlane Batman was maybe at 600. It's at 1,000 now. And then the secret rare Spider-Man, which was hovering, 2.5 roughly, jumped up to I think it went up to as high as 9.5. I think it's settled somewhere around 8 now.
Yeah, it's 7.4 right now.
Is it 7.4? Okay.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Do you own the Holy Trinity?
Yes, I had been I knew the Batman one was going to be special. Like all that, because that first series of the first season, the first drops of anything. So I knew that was. I had Superman because it was a completed set, and you only had to do what do you call it? You only had to pay like $300, or at the time it was like $115, and be like, it kind of doubled. Am I wait for it to go down? Like, guys, like I get it. At the time there was a lot, 8,888 mints, but this is the first appearance of Superman. Like, it might not be in season 1, it might not be the first DC thing, but it's the first appearance of Superman. That means something. So I got 2. And then I sold 1 last week because I wanted to get another him from Powerpuff Girls. So I sold a bunch of stuff for that.
Yeah.
And the Spider-Man I FOMO'd into, like, as soon as the marketplace opened, I paid like $3,200 for that Spider-Man, like right out the gate. And then it went down to like 1.6. I was like, no! But now it's fine. It's like, oh, all right. I actually paid, less than half of what it's worth. which was good. But yeah, the Twitter Spaces. So do you have those three or any of those three?
It literally pains me to talk about this conversation. Okay, so I'm a numbers guy, self-proclaimed, you know, but I'm still as dumb as a doorknob, I tell you. So, all right. So I did buy the Todd Mac on the secondary market because I wasn't a part of the community at the time when it came out, but I had heard that it was the first collectible. So I think I bought it back in like May. I bought it for, I think, $335. So it was a good purchase. Like, so I own it. I'm very excited to own it. Superman, I was actually able to be a part of the drop. I got it on drop. So I got one for, I think it was $50 when they sold it or something. It was ridiculous. And then I picked up one in the secondary market as well, because my father is a huge comic book aficionado. He loves, you know, comic book characters and everything like that. So I said, you know, I'll buy one for him. And when it appreciates in value one day, I'll give it to him kind of as like a present. So I own two of those. And then I actually got the secret rare Spider-Man on the drop for $400. It went up to 3,200, and my wife was like, you should sell it. You should sell it. I was like, are you crazy? I'm not going to sell this thing. Like, what's wrong with you? So I didn't sell it at 3,200. And then, you know, the weeks went on. It was dropping. I did genuinely try and sell it at like 2,400 a couple times, but people kept undercutting me. And then I became a baby about it. And I was like, no, I'm crazy. And I pulled it off the market. I didn't leave it. And it dropped all the way down to 1,600. And we were looking to pick up some more collectibles, and money doesn't grow on trees. So I was like, you know what? It's a $1,200 profit. I 4X my money. Let me sell it. And it's sold. It's sold pretty quick. And I was messaging her yesterday, and I was like, so hey, remember that collectible we sold for $1,600? Yeah, it's like $10,000 now. So yeah.
Would you ever go back in, or are you just too salty? Like, nah, can't do it.
No, it depends. So and I'll be honest, like I'm very much a investor in the project, and I do like collecting in the collectibles. I think I have 15 sets and 170 collectibles roughly, but I know that the more time I spend on the app, the more I'm going to become attached to everything, and I'm never going to be able to sell it ever. So I'm trying to distance myself a little bit from it. And I'm just not a knowledgeable, I wouldn't even say I'm a knowledgeable investor. Like, I did a lot of research on the OMI token in the company, but I know nothing about collectibles, and it shows, because when the Givenchy drop happened, the Pride that came out that's now worth $5,000, that at 1,800 mints, that probably my wife and I, so we both have accounts, we probably both could have gotten it. I was like, no, like, it's got 1,800 editions, but Amelia Earhart only has 999. It's got half the editions. It's obviously going to be more popular because it has less editions. Like, any idiot knows that. So I bought that for, I think it was $100, and then sold it for $350. And then it went down to like $250. So I was like, I did it. I'm good. And now it's $1,000. So not only did I not buy the Givenchy, the Pride, which is worth a ridiculous amount of money right now, I also sold the Amelia, which is now worth 3x. So needless to say, if you want information about numbers when it relates to the OMI token, I can be your guy. If you want advice on collectibles, I'm not your man.
Yeah. Buying HODL is definitely my thing. I also, the guys that, you know, that put on Jeremy Aoyang, Dan Shawbell, we had if they have a, what do you call it? If you have any one of those, they said, you know, they're going to the private Discord. Are you in that Discord server?
Have they actually made it yet? I hadn't. Yeah. I had heard that they were making one. I hadn't heard that.
Yeah, I'll DM you after this.
Okay, cool.
They're so cool, and they're just nerd. Like, I got intimidated on like the AMA, so I was like, all right, I'm not sure what it is, so let me just like ask like a question, not knowing that it would be like an open discussion. So I was like, oh, what do you think about this and this? Because, like, you know, one's a serial entrepreneur, one's like a New York Times bestseller, and they're just nerds like us. We're just talking about stuff. But they gave me some good insight, saying like, listen, pretty much everything that you have right now that's on the drop, with the exception of maybe like some DeLoreans and some Star Trek ones, and some of that isn't even sold out yet. There's going to be a lot more people coming, and pretty much what you buy now at these prices, they're not going to be these prices, 3 months from now, or even next month. And I wasn't even including OpenSea with that. It's just the amount of people coming in. I did a weird thing yesterday. I only have 2 collectibles in which I have multiple of. One of them is him, which I have 3 of. It's very hard to sweep the floor on him because they're like $5,000 per him now. Yeah. But when
you can also think of the amount of OMI you could get for $5,000 too, it's like, is the him going to be worth $1 million one day?
Yeah, that's what. my thought with that was though, saying like, okay, well, if I get a him, or if I have 3 hims now, and 1 I'll keep, but 2, like because it's worth, or there's 2 times the amount of mints as Donnie. He's obviously more popular than Donnie, so he should be worth about 50% less than Donnie, but he's not. He was worth like a tenth of what Donnie was. So, so I got a couple of him, and I thought eventually, if it's worth half of what's Donnie, I can take 2 of him, trade him for 1 Donnie, and then that was my thought.
Yeah, okay.
But I was going ham on it last night, and I was going on the unicornos, and the unicornos I was looking at, and there was only the one that had the least amount available in the marketplace was Stellina, that one.
Yeah.
And they were for like 20. They were like $20 per, go all the way up to 21. So I bought like 15 of them, and now the floor's 30, and there's a bit less of them now. So I have 16 of them now. That's the only other one, just because there's 5,500 of them. There's like less than 3% of them in the marketplace. That of the circulating supply is available, which is not a lot. So I was like, okay, if I get a bunch of these, and I can have 10% of the 3% of this in the markmarketplace. I don't know if it'll go anywhere. It's just what I'm doing, not financial advice.
You know what? Oh, where's the screen here? I own the entire series or whatever, but I own this series. I don't know if it's the same one. I own the Murmur Corners or whatever.
Oh, I have those too. Yeah.
And it was funny because after I sold the Spider-Man for $1,600, I went on a little spending spree as well, and I was just looking because we don't know for the Master Collector program how much of a role sets are going to play. And I know people have speculated that you might get extra points or toward levels and whatever the case may be. So I just wanted to get as many sets as possible. And so I was trying to look like, what are the cheapest sets to load up on? And I think you could get that whole set at the time anyways. I think it cost me $250 maybe, or $300. So I just picked up the whole set because I think, in a year or so, like even one of them might be worth $300. So you never know, right? Like it is speculative with all of the collectibles, but at the same time, it's fun and it's exciting and it gets people engaged. Like I know a lot of my buddies at work who maybe aren't even, collectors per se, are getting involved on the app. And they're like messaging me like, hey, I got this comic on the drop. Like, they're all excited or they missed it. And they're like, oh, well, I'm dead. Like a couple of buddies like on Tuesday tried to get it. And I'm definitely getting one on Thursday. Like, don't you worry and whatever. And it's like, it's so cool to see the organic growth of the project. And even my mom, who I love her to death, is not the most technologically savvy person in the world. Even she's been trying to get drops, which I think is awesome. She messaged me yesterday. She's like, I think I got the comic, but my gems didn't load properly. I don't know, and whatever. And I'm like, I don't know either, but it's exciting. It's exciting.
Yeah, I love it. And I also love how it's, instead of like trying to go on OpenSea and trying to get like a MetaMask and trying to connect that to something else and wrap the Ethereum, it's just, you put in dollars and that's it. You use those dollars as gems. 1 gem is equal to $1. It's easy to understand. You don't have to worry about calculating ETH or anything. And that's it. You use those. OMI Child says $3 superstar sticker. Thank you, OMI Child. That means the world. So it's a lot easier for older people or newbies like me. That's really not tech. I'm really not technologically literate so much. Like I don't even have a computer. So when this has a desktop version come out in the next couple months, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna be left behind.
You're gonna have to sell the rest of your Bitcoin to buy a computer, I guess.
Oh, it's gone. Actually,
you sold it all for OMI?
Yeah, I have 106.5 million OMI now.
Oh
and
my
I
God.
sold all of it.
Congratulations. Congratulations. That's awesome.
Thank you. What I did do the other day though was Bitcoin was down to like 40,000 after reaching almost 50. So I bought another $500 worth, up to 516 now. It's pretty legit.
Hey, nice.
But yeah, and I have like no money left. I had a guy that says like, I'm gonna buy this Pokemon card from you, just give me till next week. And I was thinking, all right, like Monday, Tuesday, you know, I'll get like an extra 10 grand. But he says like, yeah, it's probably gonna be like Thursday, Friday. I was like, so I have to talk about again.
Payday loan. You need a payday loan. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much what it was. I borrowed money from my friend Tyler, who helped me get another couple million OMI. So I do owe him. Yeah, it's so it's I went into videos like going into debt for OMI. Yeah, definitely not financial advice, but yeah. How many sets do you have now on the?
So I have. Let's see here. I'll pull up the official tally here. So this is my account. Ignore the fact that I'm completely broke when it comes to gems. Okay, buffer.
Okay, was it 19 sets?
No, it says 15. Okay, sorry. So I'll just read it. I got 15 sets. I have 144 collectibles. So, and I'd say my most prized possession is I have a Secret Rare Lucky.
Nice. I did not have that.
Yeah, so I got that on the drop, and it's a relatively low mint number too. It's in the 2s. So yeah, so I got that on the drop. So I'm pretty stoked about that. I think the floor for that's like 2.2, 2.3. But I do also have a feeling that when interoperability comes, it will be one of the first things that becomes available to go on OpenSea. And although I don't personally care about being able to go to OpenSea, no offense to anyone else that's excited about that, I understand why people believe it'll be important because it opens up the market. But I truly do believe that anyone that even buys it on OpenSea is going to transfer it back to Veve anyways, because you can't do anything with it on OpenSea. Yeah. So, but hey, that's fine. More accessibility breeds, more interest, which should in turn bring in higher prices. So I'm hoping that, all these people that have made hundreds and thousands of ETH off of these fantastic JPEG NFTs that have come out. Hopefully they'll want to buy something that's a 3D digital collectible that is a Comic-Con exclusive, secret rare, has less than 1,000 editions, and completes a set. And I think once the article, and I think, it should be released in the next, 8 days. They've mentioned by the end of the month, we should be getting an article coming out that outlines the utility of the token. Well, some of the utility anyways, and as it pertains to the Master Collector program. So once we get that, I think, the second that people see, and once again, not financial advice, but don't sleep on this. If you guys see that having a certain amount of sets completed will result in helping you move up the levels, you're going to see your Supermans, your Big Bardas, like all of them, like anything that's a one-off that completes a set, it's going to go up because it's going to be much more accessible to just get one collectible than it is to get 4 or 5 to complete a set. So
yeah, and any type of cheap, what do you call it? Any type of cheap, like Mondo, I think is a couple, like maybe $400 or $500 to complete the set. I think the Ecto ones, the DeLoreans, and the hoverboards are the cheapest sets to complete right now.
Yeah.
I mean, there might be a lot of them like to get in there, especially with the hoverboards. But again, they're all so cheap that you can get them for a couple $100s. I think those fizzle out too because everyone that wants more sets are just going to go get them. What you're saying with OpenSea is I'm probably not going to sell anything on there, but I know that people that are going to go on there that you said are ETH rich, that are just have a bunch of. I haven't been getting these webcam hot girls and boys things.
I just saw that my eyes just averted and I was like, 18 plus stream.
I wasn't able to block the user yesterday, but now I can. All right, cool.
Hey.
I blocked the user. But a bunch of people that are ETH rich will have, because again, him right now is not even 2 ETH. It's, 5.1K. Like Harley Quinn is not even 3 ETH.
Yeah.
That she's like, $8,000. So when you have a bunch of people that have like 100 ETH or whatever, like, oh yeah, that's fine. I'll do that. That's nothing to some of them, and not even including the crazy rich Asians that we're gonna get. And it's not like a hit towards it's a show on Netflix.
No, it's for sure.
They have those.
Yeah, and they're good with money. I don't know whether, because I know sometimes in your live streams you go back and read the chat and whether you're looking at commenting on specific things that people are saying. But I did notice quite a few people are saying And it is a good point and it's valid. So I want to address it, like the importance of why we're going to OpenSea and the accessibility that people with Ethereum will bring. And I think you hit the nail right on the head as well. And I think a lot of the people in the chat are, everyone's on the same page, right? Like it brings the accessibility of being able to purchase things with Ethereum, which is fantastic because it is a much more well-known currency, and it is a currency that a lot of people in the crypto space have. But I think what's also important to remember is that, yes, that will help certain collectibles moon, but in the interest of the mass adoption of the app itself, if everything moons immediately and everything becomes out of reach to Joe and Sally who are just downloading the app for the first time and want to get a Mermicorno that should be $10 and it's $300.
Yeah.
Like you have to be careful about, and don't get me wrong, I would love to sell my collectibles for a bunch of money, of course, but like, what do we really want to see here, right? Because if the price goes up much higher than the adoption of the application itself, you're going to run into a situation where people are just going to be kind of similarly to how we have it in the crypto market right now with CryptoPunks and Bored Ape Club and whatever. Like there's a very limited subset of the population that can invest in those items. So you really have the same, 500,000, maybe 10,000 people that are investing over and over in these same things, speculating that more people will get interested in them. But it doesn't matter how many people get interested in them if no one can afford them. Like I think it'd be cool to own a Bored Ape just to own it, but I can't afford it. Or a CryptoPunk, which I think is the minimum, is like $300,000. Like, I would never spend $300,000 on a CryptoPunk, regardless of the social status or sentiment that it gives me, because I could spend $300,000 on OMI. So if I had $300,000, I'd be doing it on that. But on top of that, like, how many people really do have that amount of money laying around that they're willing to invest in that? And then once you invest in it, what is the price that's going to come up next that would make you sell, that would be a wise investment? Because if I buy it for 300 and sell it at 305, like I can do that in the stock market. Thank you very much. Like, I don't need to do that. That's far too speculative. So where are you hoping that these prices go? So yes, OpenSea is exciting because it provides access, but I just hope that, for certain collectibles, I think that it will moon them and create a status symbol that, only the elite of the elite can afford, similarly to how Donnie already is on the app. But I just hope that collectibles, I hope that the range remains accessible to mass adoption so that we can get millions upon millions of people in the application.
Yeah, I think also that they're going to increase the mint numbers. I think eventually season 1 and probably season 2 will be like, all right, guys, this, because season 2's got all those Comic-Con exclusives, like you have Lucky.
Yeah.
They're like, I think for people that want to get in and want to use those characters in the Veveverse, people are probably going to have like the renting them out system. Like it'll be a certain amount of OMI to rent them out for the day or whatever, if you want to use that.
True.
That's what I think will be, because I like you said, it wouldn't really be fair to some people that are going to come in and they can't buy, if everyone wants a Superman, they can't get it because, there's a million people that want Superman. There's only, less than 10,000 editions. So I think renting out will be a thing, in which way they could use it that way. But then I think also in the future drops, season 3 comes out October 16th. It's a Saturday. I'm going to be going live for that. Can't wait to see what that is. Nice. I think that's going to be Thor, the frog, the Throg, the thunder.
You don't think that'll be this Saturday? You think it'll be the start of season 3?
Yes. And the reason I say that is because there is in July, we had the actual Thor account tweet out. Let me go to the messages here, because I know I have it in the messages. The actual Thor account tweeted out, hey, coming in October is this October, only one hero can save us. Throg, Frog of Thunder. And they were talking about that in July for October.
Okay.
So that's why I'm thinking, again, that's just pure speculation. But I do think in the future, the drops are going to be, instead of like having 60,000, 90,000, they're going to be several 100,000.
True. If
not millions. Like, again, if we have a Pokemon drop of like Pikachu, 1 million Pikachu is not enough. I don't care if you sell it for $10 each. If you think I am stopping at 1 Pikachu, if you think I am going to go and not try to get so many Pikachu out in one place that I'm going to cause a power outage, you are sadly mistaken. I am going to go so hard on that. And millions of other people, again, 1 million's not enough. There's not enough to go around. Like I don't care if you want Japanese Mickey. That's what you want. Like if you, I digress. Sorry, I'm screaming here. I don't mean
so you mentioned you think the collectible numbers are going to go up, which I do agree with you. As the user base goes up, it has to.
They have to. 30,000 boxes yesterday sold out in 1 second.
Yeah,
they have to go up.
That's crazy.
Or because I had a. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask because you mentioned it in the Twitter space, and I don't think as much of a conversation ended up happening about it. I think someone answered you that wasn't Dan or Jeremiah, and it didn't really go anywhere. And I thought it was a good question. So, like, what is your feelings on with certain collectibles, such as like a Donnie or even a him that will, or you know, a Harley Quinn or whatever? Do you think they'll end up fractionalizing the NFT at some point, and that you'll be able to have multiple owners for it? Or
I think like a timeshare, saying like, oh, hey, you know what? We can't afford $10,000 for him. You know, let's say in a month or two, it's that price. How about 7 of us? Let's say $7,000. We all put in $1,000 each, and you know, I get it on Sundays, you get it on Tuesdays, kind of time sharing it. I think that would, again, they've done that with Rally. You know, you can get like a trophy Kangaskhan out there if you have a certain amount of shares, and it goes up. I would say that, excuse me, I would say that in the interest of trying to get the normal people, everyday people to get it, that's how you would get it, especially for something like Donnie, or even like the secret rare, that first Marvel comic that is, you know what, $25,000. I think that could be one of the first ones to reach $100,000. Only really has to 4, because I think it is 2 of them have to be sold. Then the floor is $40K.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
Well, and they have similarly to how we were talking about that Holy Trinity Discord group. They, from my understanding, I saw posts about it on Twitter a few weeks back. They were making a group for the Secret Rare #1 Marvel comics. So I think I'm not going to go so far as to say that there's people colluding on the price or anything like that. I think, you know, if you have an interest in a project and, you know, or a specific collectible and you want to talk about it in a group, that's perfectly fine. I don't think there's anything nefarious about it in and of itself, but I think that a little encouragement to your fellow investor to say, hey, hold on to this, it's going to be worth XYZ, also helps with the floor price as well, right? Like if you have a group of people together and it's like, hey, you know, we really shouldn't sell this before X because this is how much it's worth. And then you go, yeah, you know what? I agree on the worth of that item, as long as it's not, I mean, the exchange commissioner or whatever it is in the US might have something different to say about it. But, you know, I think we are going to get to that point with some of the lower collectibles. I mean, even like you said, like you bought a few M's with your purpose is genuine. It's to trade it up to a Donnie. But I think, you know, wasn't there one guy that owns like 30 or 40 Donnies or something?
He owns like 12 of them, I think.
Or is it 12? Okay. Maybe he's sold some of them since. Okay.
Yeah. Master Breaker, $5 super chat saying, hey Randy, can I get an invite to that Discord, please? I have a Todd in the Superman. Message me on Twitter, and yes, absolutely. Just show me proof that you have them. I think it hasn't happened yet, or at least I don't think it has, where you could have a couple guys like me, and again, we can only buy it in dollars right now. We can't buy it in OMI, but I guarantee you there's going to be people that have hundreds of millions of OMI, or that just have millions of dollars. Like, hey, let's corner the market on these guys. And because I mean, even now, like what I was saying, I just spent a couple $100 on the Stellina, and now there's only 140 left, and there, you know, I rose the price. Like, it's a lot easier to sweep the floor on something like Stellina, which is only $30 per one, you know, as opposed to something else that's cost thousands of dollars. You get a couple people to do that, suddenly, you know, floor price is ridiculous. I haven't seen it yet, and I'm in a couple of whale groups too that have either millions of dollars or billions of OMI, and nothing. I haven't seen anything like that yet. But with the millions of people coming in, I guarantee you that happens. It only takes a couple people.
I'm curious what the and I don't know if this gets discussed in groups, and if you don't feel comfortable talking about it, of course, just let me know. But is there a social sentiment in some of these whale groups about the negative sell pressure that gets placed on the token? Like, do you find that a lot of the whales, if they are talking about it, are kind of on the same page, like you're dumb to sell right now or stop the upward momentum of the price action of the token? Or is that something that people don't generally advertise?
The whales that I know, at least in the one group of like complete OG people I've been here for years, I asked them about that. Like, hey, like, you know, I just have to ask, and you can, you know, laugh at me or whatever. It's like, because I have the second least amount of OMI in that group at 106.5. Some have like some have several hundred million, some have a couple billion.
Right.
And there's like, listen, like we've been here since, like 2018, 2019. They used to have a chat where they would go in and like somehow tip each other, like, oh, that was a funny comment. Here's 10 million OMI. Because back in the day, 10 million OMI was like, it was 0.00004. So it was like $4 or something like that. So they would just do that back and forth. I was like, oh my God, thinking about that now. And they've already 100x their investment. And they just like, we don't care about what other people say. Like if anyone wants to try to go and make whales manipulation to make their stand here, and they want to sell at, half a penny, they're more than welcome to do that. They're not selling. They have a couple people that said like, yeah, I might look at a little bit at like 6 cents or 10 cents, because they want to live, they want to retire and all that. But there is, they also said like, yeah, with the buybacks that will happen, the buybacks are really meant for the whale manipulation. If you have someone that really wants to do harm to like the company or OMI, that's what the buybacks are going to be for, because they do want the price to be organic. They don't want the price to rise just because of the buybacks. They want the price to be natural. It's only when, someone tries to sell like a 500 million OMI at once. Like, okay, here's a good time to do a buyback. Yeah. And that's their thing. They don't really, they don't care one way or the other what it does right now, because they're more sure than I am, like where this is going, because I guess they've been here from the beginning. But yeah, they're laughing at people that say like, oh, it was up here, so people were already willing to pay this price, and now it's down here. I think the same thing with collectibles. Why would you sell your secret rare Spider-Man right now at like 7,500 when people were clearly willing to pay over $9,000 for that? And like when Spider-Man No Way Home comes out in December, you think that's not going to be a big catalyst for that Spider-Man? Like, I don't.
Or you could sell it at 1,600 when it was originally worth 3,200.
Well, I mean, you also did that for other, completing other sets and all that. Which I guess they might do that for here too.
My wife was saying, she said, because she ended up pulling the secret rare Spider-Man #1 comic.
Yeah.
So she said, just tell yourself that we had to sell the Spider-Man collectible to get the $7 to purchase the comic. So in my head, I'm trying to say, you know what? The comic only has 600 editions. The collectible has 1,000. So maybe the comic will be worth more one day than that. So really, it was a 200 IQ play. So
yeah,
that's what I'm trying to tell myself, anyways.
We got Blaze13 with a $5 super chat saying, do you think comics that have already been read will be recorded as such, or to only take effect in future updates? Curious after David's China AMA. I have gone over this before. If you have read it, you do get that green check mark. And I knew from that point on, like there's going to be another layer of rarity that have the green check mark, or an untainted digital comic that is just not been read, has not been digitally touched. And he said like when you have different comics that they'll have creases in them after reading them a lot. So I don't know if it'll be, if you can actually see the creases, or it'll just say on there, oh, creases. What are your thoughts on that?
I've seen, and Cavell Anderson put out a couple tweets yesterday, and a lot of people were commenting back on it about concerns that they had about a digital collectible gaining like physical damage in a sense. And I see it from both sides. Like I said, I'm not the biggest collectible expert in the world, but I do understand that obviously the rarity, the scarcity, and the condition of a collectible are all things that are going to bring in value to a collectible. So, from a digital standpoint, do I think that the comic book should start falling apart on you in AR because it's been read? No, but I think that the green check mark, if you want to have it there, that's fine, to let people know that it has been read versus an item that has not been read. And similarly, you could even do that with blind boxes. And instead of having them open, you could genuinely have it so that they stay closed. And then you will know eventually that someone has opened it, because when you sell it, they still get it in the box, but it comes with a green check mark or something, meaning that it's been opened, so they know what the contents of that are, or something of that nature, maybe, or maybe it's a blind box, you know what's inside of it, but it's in a box and you don't open the box. And if you don't open the box, it retains higher value than if you open it to play with, let's say a Marvel Mighty comes out of the box and you physically play with the Marvel Mighty. Then when you go to sell it back in the box, it's marked as an open box, and maybe it doesn't have as much value. So I can see that, but I hope the actual collectibles, like I hope the comic books and stuff don't actually like deteriorate, because I feel like digital collecting is supposed to be like collecting 2.0. It's supposed to be the future of collecting. So we're trying to get away with, needing an entire house to hang things up, or running out of space and having, digital. So why are you making my stuff fall apart? Now, unless it's, and I don't want to call it a cash grab, but unless it's like, hey, you read your comic and then you need to pay OMI to repair it, similar to like GTA, you go to like a paint shop and then you fix up your car and it's brand new. Like, if you want to do that, like, maybe I could get on board with that. But at the same time, like, you already bought the collectible. Like, just let us enjoy it in the digital space and leave it alone. Is my thoughts anyways. I'm just one guy. I'm just a humble man. I'm just one guy.
Yeah, no, I get it. And I do want to piggyback on the spending OMI to repair it, but I just gotta shout out Planet Vampire saying Catwoman comic pages will be marked as sticky. That was great. That was fantastic. But
that's awesome.
But yeah, the ideas that we have, the reason why I don't necessarily like, I'm going to highlight that because it complimented me, my good friend Will Coulter, is that
I'm trying
to have like this kid. Yeah. Oh man, I see it through your shirt, man. You got
that's it. That's it.
Yeah. I think the ideas of having to pay to keep that brand new is like, what if you're like a family or just like a single mom, whatever, and like you finally get enough to get this kid this, even if it was just the $7, like the $7 was a stretch, and this kid gets the comic and he reads the comic, and then now he's got to spend more OMI. Like, I get it. That's like, probably a relatively small amount of people, but it's and I know OMI is pretty cheap. I mean, it is right now. It won't be in the future, but I just don't know how I feel. Even though it's only going to affect a small percent of people, it's like, oh man, I feel bad. I don't know. It's about like the underserved, Yeah. But that's just my take on it. For you, an extra, say, windfall of an extra 10 grand. What do you do? More OMI or more collectibles? What do you got? What do you in mind?
Price of OMI is where it's at today. Right now, it's at 5.5.
Yeah.
I'm probably still going to OMI, to be honest with you, because even at, we'll call it 10K American for my purposes, because once again, 10K Canadian is only about 7,800 American, so it doesn't go as far. So we'll call it 10K American. I'm probably still buying, that gives me about 1.8 million OMI. And that, in even 6 months to a year, it can be worth 10 cents, which is 180,000. You know what I mean? And I just don't think, like, even if, I guess with 10K, I could buy, like, maybe, I can't even think of any secret rare comics that are really like crazy undervalued that would go up like that. Like, I think if we'd had this conversation a month ago and the price of the secret rare Marvel Comics #1 was still $1,000, I would say I would buy 10 secret rare #1 Marvel Comics, because then I'd have 200 grand already. But yeah, I think OMI at the end of the day, and once again, obviously anything Randy and I say is not financial advice, but the disclaimer, not financial advice. I think OMI, if you're not someone that needs to look at the price every single day to validate your belief in your investment, if you're willing to invest in something and know that you have a team of just absolute professionals, whether it be from Dan and David to Alfred Arcon, who's just a licensing behemoth, to Trevor Dietz, who's, taking care of everything on the actual collectible end, to all of the licensors and partnerships that they've signed with, like only 20% that we even know of and 80% still to be announced. Like, I think if you understand the project and the value proposition of the OMI token, and just like the 5 or 6 different implementations of token utility that will be added, whether it be OMI to NFT, OMI to land, OMI to miscellaneous in the VVverse, master collector program, buybacks. There's just so many avenues to burn the token. And I know it sounds like a lot, but we truly only have a maximum circulating supply of 310 billion. And I think we've already burnt 14 billion of it. So, I mean, we're max 296 billion tokens that will ever enter the circulating supply. And we have 216 billion right now. So, you know, for those of you, and shameless plug, I do have a far smaller and less successful YouTube channel to Randy's, but I do videos related to specific numbers for different catalysts. And I do go over some of those in my videos specifically related to land and the impacts that, you know, master collector program might have on the OMI token. And it's incredible, guys. Like it's really like, it's an eye opener to see that, you know, when they say, you know, we're not leaving any tokens behind, or, you know, we don't know how many tokens we're going to need. They mean it, because even just land sales alone at, you know, base level prices of like $500 for a plot of land, like we could burn like 10% of the circulating supply of OMI, like overnight. Like just, if everyone chose to buy it directly with OMI and not use fiat, like it would just be astronomical. And then the master collector program, like we have no idea what staking OMI will do to give us rewards. So there might be a ton of incentives to do that. On top of that, you're using OMI to buy NFTs directly. Like Randy said, he's in some whales groups. You know, they may, if they have 5 billion OMI, what's 10 million OMI to them? Like they may spend 10 million OMI. They may spend 100 million OMI on a collectible because they don't care. You know what I mean? So it's there's just so many exciting value propositions that are coming up for the token. So yeah, if I had 10K, every single penny of it is going into OMI. And if I had 10K in real life right now, it'd be going into OMI right now too. But I don't. I just don't. So
yeah, no, same. I told people like I won't really sell my OMI for a little while, but I will definitely spend it. Land in the VVverse, like from what I could tell from Earth 2. I don't know if you ever looked into that. Location is everything. So if I'm able to get land that's around BV City or Marvel Land, whatever they have, their IP is going in there, I'll spend 10 million OMI. I don't care. And also with staking, saying if they want to stake for the Master Collector program, it gives you like a second. I'll stake 1 million OMI each week for the whole year. So I'll continuously having a cycle of 52 million OMI being staked.
Smart.
And there's going to be a bunch of people like that. Same as me, a lot higher than me, that'll stake 5 times, 10 times as much. And so I think psychologically, even though when you're staking, you're not burning anything, but it's holding a lot up from the circulating supply. And I guarantee you they have that clock, or they have that thing that says, oh, we have 1 billion OMI being staked right now, or something like that. Psychologically, that's going to tell people like, oh, this much is, you know, taken out of the circulating supply. Even if you pay for stuff in fiat for the VVverse, I think that'll burn a lot from the reserve wallet as well, because you're taking that much money.
Yeah.
So either way, it's really good. I'm very bullish on all of it. I think this, if everyone decides to go and stake a bunch of OMI, and again, we even out of the people that are in here now, we said we have 130,000 wallets. You know, if that 10x's over the next year, and you know we have 1.3 million wallets, and 10% of them decide to stake, you know, millions of OMI or 100 million OMI. Yeah, it's a lot.
100%. And I'll be staking slightly less than you, but still a lot of OMI as well. And like you said, like it doesn't need to be, you know, like if you have a lot of people in the project, they don't need to stake that much OMI to have a huge impact on the price. And we see that with tokens like Hex and with Cardano, with the amount that is staked. I think Alluvium as well, which is doing quite well. I saw a stat earlier today. I was looking into it. It's like its circulating supply is only like 630,000 tokens, but it has a max supply of like 10 million. So there's only like 5% of it that's in the circulating supply, and its market cap versus its like total market cap is like, it reflects it as well. So it's there's a lot of really interesting projects that go to show that utility for a token is definitely going to be successful. Mehdi brought up an interesting question, and I love Mehdi because he gave me an idea for one of my recent videos. He said, Do you think we can expect digital collectibles or superheroes like Thor's hammer or Loki Tesseract? What is your opinion? I know that Reese has touched on it in some AMAs and stuff about having accessories for collectibles. What is your opinion on what, collectibles, whether it be something as simple as, changing a color of a cape or a vehicle to actual items that complement your characters? How do you think that will fit in?
I think our middle schoolers will come out. If you think I'm not going to make like a goth Thor in all black or like an emo Loki, sadly, I'm going to do all of that. I'm going to go, if there's like a hot topic thing that we could put Loki in or get, I would definitely do that. Mjolnir, even if you want like a little cape for Mjolnir. I know this will be huge because in Among Us, they have these things where you could have a little hat, you could have a little spider crab that's following you around, that type of deal. People pay for that and it doesn't do anything. It doesn't give you any advantages. But having things in here might be like, one, it's like a bragging factor, saying like, oh, guess what? Not only do I have Thor's hammer, but I have a little cape for Thor's hammer as well for Mjolnir. And yeah, guarantee, Loki's horns, like, oh, you have that. It's a clout thing. And people, you can get teens, you can get, and if it comes in like a leopard print, could you imagine Loki is just a leopard print dress? I used to do that in like WWE, like the SmackDown versus Raw thing. Yeah. I would be able to take like a girl and like make her F5 the Big Show and just give her those special moves, just give her like giant legs. That type of thing would be, people are going to have so much fun with this. It's what are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think, I think it'll be an interesting balance to see, we are working with licensors and their intellectual property. So, I don't want to call it a concern, but I do have my reservations to assume that you're just going to be able to do kind of whatever you want. I don't know that we'll ever see leopard print on on any of the Marvel or DC characters, although I think it would be kind of cool. But I do think, I definitely think they're going to add a lot of mechanisms to customize even further your collectibles. And I think that they're going to need to, because as a perfect example, if there's only 1,000 secret rare Spider-Mans, you don't really need to customize them to stand out. There's only 1,000 of them, right?
It's true.
But if you get to a point where you're dropping 100,000 of a collectible, where is the scarcity there? Like what adds that value to it, right? Like if you, like, for instance, as an example, and I've used it in videos previously, like use Fortnite as an example where you can pay to have a skin and use it. But if everyone is John Wick, no one cares that you're John Wick because everyone is John Wick. Whereas if you're John Wick, but you're John Wick with leopard print pants and really thick legs and whatever else, like if you're, if they release only 100 of that mod that you have to pay for and you own a 1 of 100,000 collectible, well, now you kind of own a 1 of 100 collectible, because if someone wants that, they can only buy it from 100 people if they don't have it. So being able to add modifications and then have them officially minted on the blockchain just adds another form of rarity and scarcity to the collectibles, which we know should add value to them. So I think you will eventually see it. To what extent, it's hard to say. I think certain licensors will be more flexible with their IP than others, because like I said, certain licensors may just not want that look for their officially licensed collectible ending up on, TikTok, YouTube, whatever. But you will be able to, like, things that you may like, different outfits, like in the comic book that's coming out, Captain America, that's coming out tomorrow.
Yeah, can't wait.
Yeah, it's super exciting. Like with the different cover variations, there's different outfits, right? So let's say you get Sam Wilson or whatever as like a physical character, you may be able to buy a different outfit that's already like approved per se, that has a different rarity for it. So I could see that coming. Just to what extent, it's hard to say, but I know it's going to be a lot of fun. So
yeah, I had a thought while you were talking. I don't know if you remember the original Super Smash Brothers. And what I said, there's probably going to be 1 million Pikachu. It's still not going to be enough. Do you remember the hat that Pikachu would wear? I would totally love that on like different Pikachu, or if we have Pikachu ears, Like I did a
Ah.
live stream the other day with this girl Megan J. She was a childhood educator. She's a teacher, but she also is a big fan of Pokemon. And she had Pikachu, not a statue, like a poster in the back. And at one point, it looked like I had Pikachu ears. Like, oh, if they sell Pikachu ears to put on your, I would totally do that with Spider-Man. I know there's only 1,000 of him, but I would totally put Pikachu ears on everybody that I had, just for the lols, just because it'd be funny.
I can't wait to see your showroom, man. It's gonna be
like the evolution of people's vaults and showrooms. Like when you have like, you have like Loki in pajamas. You have like Harley. Oh man, people are gonna get really X-rated with a bunch of the other people. But in bathing suits and stuff, and you already see like them in like funny positions, like weird stuff. So
it's interesting what people's creativity and the videos and shorts that people are coming out with, just even without most of the characters being able to move easily or interact. I think one of the catalysts that you mentioned that's coming in the next few months is the web version of Veve, and just the amount of flexibility that's going to give you to do with your vault. I mean, I would assume most people that own computers that their graphics cards and things would be more powerful than what they have in their cell phones, and it would just give them more processing capability. I've seen quite a few people complain about, they own so many collectibles, they just can't even fit them all in their showroom because their phone just crashes. So I think once we start to see those iterations, once the Veveverse comes out and you can actually move around the world and things like that, and then when you can own land and do things, like people are going to be making like full-fledged like how GTA has their role play, like people are going to be doing that in Veve. And that social aspect, that social driver of a bunch of, 14 to 25-year-olds who are incessantly posting about this on TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook. I don't even know if MySpace is a thing anymore, but they're having their fave 5, whatever. Like it's going to be crazy. Like just the hype that is driven from all of these catalysts once they get rolled out. And it's so exciting to see, like I saw someone put in the comments, 130,000 wallets, but only 40,000 of them actually have OMI in them. The rest of them are dead wallets. So if you think that there's only 40,000 people invested in the project right now, like that's, I mean, in relative terms in crypto, that's absolutely nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like we could easily 20x that number by the end of the year, just from, like you said, getting listed on a KuCoin or a Kraken. I agree with you. I don't think Binance or Coinbase are going to come this year necessarily. But once again, it's not necessarily a bad thing to wait. And I think Akomi's business model with not announcing all of their licenses up front, like sometimes it's okay to keep your cards close to your vest because you're keeping people engaged and interested, because every single week people are coming back and going, well, what's next, right? And that's what's going to keep your engagement. That's what's going to get people using the app to share the app. If you release all your licenses at once and people go, oh wow, there's this huge hype for like 48 hours, like we're like gnats in today's day and age. Like our attention span is this, and we move on to the next thing. So if they announced Pokemon right now, in my own personal opinion, I believe that they do have the Pokemon license.
Then
it wouldn't make sense. It honestly wouldn't make sense. I think in David's interview that he did, he mentioned that there's 700,000 downloads. There's not 700,000 users. We know a lot of people have more than one account and, bought accounts and whatever. So there's definitely not 700,000 users, but even if there's half of that, 350,000 people, like why would you release Pokemon to 350,000 people when you want to market Pokemon to 10 million people? Like, let's be honest, like Marvel, as big as it was, in my opinion, just a test run for blind boxes, for Pokemon, for making sure that the app can handle the load of that many people coming on. It's so exciting. I can't wait.
Yeah, I don't know about you. I imagine a lot of content creators get it, but I have so much information flowing into me every single minute of every single day. And Maxwell Cook, who is down there, has just said, hey, look at the floor now. It's 29,000 of the Marvel Warriors Secret comic. Actually, basically, it's 29.9, so basically 30,000. And the next floor after that is 40K. So if somebody buys that, they instantly increase their holdings by like 33%, which is bananas. Should have. I remember seeing that as soon as it went on for sale for like $1,400. Like, it might go lower, and then I didn't get it.
That was it. It might go lower. No, it didn't.
Yeah,
no,
I should never. I should just buy. I'm just gonna FOMO into everything, as soon as I have money again. But then we have I was talking to, well, like you were saying, why would they talk about Pokemon now? I would kind of hope it'd be this year, but maybe it'll be next year because the Viviverse. I think at one point, if you look at the Macy's Day Parade, at the they have that parade on Thanksgiving. At the end of it, they have Santa Claus because Christmas is the next major holiday, and I think that maybe at the end of season 2, they might announce or have a teaser for Disney, and they would have something called Disney December, and we would just kind of like how they had Marvel month for August. They might have Disney December. I do hope if they do, when they do announce Star Wars, it is May of next year. So we have like May the 4th be with you,
May,
that
May
type
4th,
of deal.
Yeah.
But like you said, even if we have only 1 million people for Disney, it's why would you do that just towards 1 million people? You probably want a lot more. So yeah, that's kind of like the double-bladed sword there.
That's really interesting. I like that. And it's so interesting because that's the fantastic thing about working with intellectual property and brands that we can all love and associate with, right? Like we all know Pokemon, we all know Disney, we all know, DC, like all of these childhood brands that we can associate with that just make you feel like a kid again. Like it just gets you so excited. And a bunch of people, I think originally the target, especially with having Alfred Kahn and having 6 of the top 10 grossing children's brands of all time licensed, I think that the original goal was to market this to a younger audience, but I think we can see that this is already taking on a life of its own. And I think in its richest sense, like we're all kids at heart, and I think we can all relate to all of these items that are coming in. And and then they drop things like I had no idea when they dropped LOL Surprise, like when they made that announcement like last month. I had absolutely no idea what that was, and I was like, I don't care about this. Why does this matter? And then when the other content creators started doing research on it, and they're like, do you know that they're outselling Barbie and Pokemon for the items that they're selling? And I was like, like I had no idea. And they're just casually like, oh yeah, we have this license, like Le Petit Prince, like, oh, we casually have this, whatever. Like, and it's just crazy that they have so many licenses that it's like not even a thing anymore. It's just like, oh yeah, we have it. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Did you see it was circulating on Twitter the other day. Someone posted a video of, I guess, on Monday Night Football. They had an NFL character and they had the DeLorean and something about a hoverboard and stuff as well. Like, do you think that's just purely a coincidence, or do you think that is like a teaser of some form?
If you ever see The Dark Knight Rises, where Batman as Bruce Wayne, he goes into the hospital with, or no, it wasn't even him. It wasn't Batman. It was Commissioner Gordon, and he's talking to not Jason David Frank, who's at Joseph Gordon-Levitt, and he's like, "You're a detective now. You're no longer allowed to believe in coincidences." I guess it could be, but like,
just give me shivers.
Yeah, like come on, like I think that is too perfect of a thing. Like NFL Players Association, and again, we have the Rogers and Cowan, like one of the best, people for advertising out there, and yeah, I don't think I don't think at all. That's coincidence. I think that was done on purpose. And yeah, I had a bunch of parents also tell me like, oh yeah, LOL MGA, my kids go nuts over that. I was like, okay, well, guess this is the thing. I didn't know about Little Prince either. I never was read that as a kid. So, but you have all of France and like apparently the rest of the world that loves it. Maddie said it's going to be cool to see the wizard world of Harry Potter to Veve and collect brooms and wands. That's another thing. Like, yeah, you can get, the trio, Harry, Ron, Hermione, maybe like Draco and whoever on like the drops, and then accessorize them with like a Nimbus 2000 or a Firebolt or a Nimbus 2001. Like, that'd be legit. That'd be hardcore.
I can't even wait. Like once they announce things like Pokemon, like you talk about evolutions. So like digital collecting is an evolution of the collecting space. And then you have things like, when we see Pokemon, like you get a Charmander, and yeah, you could buy the Charmeleon or the Charizard directly, but maybe you complete a bunch of tasks with your Charmander in the Viviverse and doing XYZ with it. And then you get to whether it maybe you burn OMI with it as well or something, and it becomes an evolution in and of itself and grows into the next level. Like there's just like literally that's the great thing about digital is the possibilities are just endless. And it just gets me like every single morning I wake up, it's like I'm already having a good day. I can look at the price and be like, oh, we're down today. And it's like, I don't care because what are we going to be at in 3 to 5 years? And that actually is a question I have for you on a quick aside. I'm sorry, I'm scatterbrained here. But for me, and I don't know if you know your number off the top of your head, but every single time that OMI goes, so like as an example, right now we're at 0055. So if we go down to 0054 or up to 0056, for me, that's $1,500.
Oh, okay.
So do you know for you, I think it would be 10,600 based on the amount of OMI you own. But I'm curious, like does that ever dawn on you? Because I remember you made a post, or it may have been in a video last week when we kind of had our run up into the
I made like 100 grand one day.
Yeah, and you're like, oh yeah, I made 100 grand today. Like, do you ever take a step back for a moment and be like I just made like for a lot of people like 2 years salary in one day, and it's like, oh dang, like you know what I mean? Like even me, like I went to my wife and I was like, hey, we're up 9 grand today, and she was like, oh, that's awesome, and I'm like, yeah, but you know, when we're up 900 grand, I'll get excited. You know, and like, are we desensitized to this now? Like, I don't know.
We are. I think part of it was me when I was in the high risk lending business, where I went and I dealt with clients that were making like, at first it was like, oh, you know, like 20, 30 grand a month. That's really good. And then like a partner was saying like, listen, that's nothing, bro. Like, I was like, really? It's like, this is like a lot. Like this is each month. Like this is a lot. It's like, yeah, but you have to realize that what they're doing is they have that, but what's going, you know, that's coming in, but what's going out? They have to pay their people and all that. And then eventually I got to people that were making like 50, 100 grand. But I had a couple people making like a couple $1 million a month. I was like, oh my God. So I think I am desensitized to it a little bit. And I've also, and I told my friends this, subscribers this, fans, whatever you want to call them, that it is a learning curve to having tens of thousands of dollars, because if you've never had it before, like when before I was in the military, I was working as a veterinarian assistant, I was working as like a pizza delivery man, I was boxing on the side, like there wasn't much money there. And even in the military, the only time I had maybe more than $10,000 was on deployment, and then like I paid off my car, and then I had less than $10,000 again. So there's a learning curve to having $30,000. Like, wow, you could, that's a lot of money. So I just, you know, just be careful with it. That's what I would say to some people. I am desensitized to it. But you were saying about evolutions before. That gives me the idea of, well, instead of just having one Charmander, and then, okay, let's say you want to evolve that into a Charizard, but let's say you still really like having a Charmander. And then, okay, well, I have a Charizard, I might as well get a Charmeleon. So that forces you to get 3 Charmanders. One to be a Charizard, one to be a Charmeleon, one to have a Charmander. And then let's say you want to have like a little Charmander, Char-cific family, and you have a mommy Charizard, a daddy Charizard. You have one with a bow, and you have, you know, Charmeleon kids, and then a bunch of like that would be bananas. I hope that, I don't know if they'll come out as cards or if they'll come out as collectibles. I think they could do both. Do you want to see Pokemon cards in the VVverse, like, or do you want to see both or either or? Because that'd be fun to see like Pikachu versus Charmander playing Pokemon cards, like that. That'd be fun. In my opinion.
I feel like I have to be really careful with my answer on this one because you are the Pokemon guy, resident. Yeah. So, I think that as a whole, like on a personal level, I would love to see it. Obviously, I think it would be cool, but I think that for the most part, Ecomi is releasing premium licensed digital collectibles. I think that depending on how they grow and who comes into the space, I don't even know. Like as an example, Quid. We've heard about Quid. Quid was a FUD piece that came out a few months back and has largely been dispelled by a lot of the content creators because, let's be honest, they're not doing nearly what Akomi is. They don't have nearly the team that Akomi does. And yeah, so that's fine. If you guys are curious, you can look into it yourself. But personally, I'm not worried about it. They do have the license with Pokemon, though. We know that. But they don't have a license to create NFTs on the blockchain, but I could see a company like Quid and Animoca Brands that does more like digital stickers and whatever. I could see them getting a license for cards because it's more of their area of expertise. But I definitely foresee when it comes to actual collectibles, Veve and Akomi will take the cake on that. No question asked. So would I like to see it? Yes, I would. Do I think that it is likely to come? Probably not, just for the sole fact that like I said, it's just not what Akomi focuses on. Like, it's not the license, it's not the aspect of the licenses that they're geared towards. Like, yeah, we may have the Star Wars license, but you're not going to see Akomi start selling t-shirts of whatever, because it's just not what we do, right? So do I think that we have the Pokemon license? Yes. Do I think that we will get premium licensed 3D digital collectibles? Yes. Do I think that you will be able to interact, evolutionize, and revolutionize an industry with them? Yes. But do I think that we will have the Pokemon cards in 2D format? Probably not, but I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah. I would have I guess, retort on that, a couple of things. You know how, like, in baseball cards that they have so many different variants, so many different companies producing baseball cards? I think that eventually, because again, right now, I've said before, Akomi does not have any serious competition. I think that eventually you'll have multiple places, multiple platforms having the rights of Pokemon type of deal, or the rights of whatever we have, Powerpuff Girls, Cartoon Network, all that. But it's just a matter of which ones do you like the best. Like, do you like? We were kind of spoiled with Pokemon because it was just Wizards of the Coast that did it for. They made the cards, then Nintendo makes the cards now. But again, with like baseball or football, you have so many different variants. It's like, which ones do you want to collect? I think that might happen eventually with what we have, because Marvel and DC, they do like to be on the same platform, but they also go on other platforms as well. So I would say that we're going to have a good couple years before anyone's even coming close to us. I've already said, like, we won the decade. That doesn't mean that like a Quid or a Terra Virtua or whatever, they can't be number 2 or 3 in the space or whatever. Number 2 or 3 in the space is still like lots of money, but that's why I'm bullish on Akomi. But I definitely, I don't know, if we have digital comics, I feel like digital cards, it could be something similar. That's my hope.
No, that's a good point. So do you think that, would there be a distinction? Like, could you see a Veve app and then a Veve Kids app, or like a subset or subsidiary of it that deals with, like, it's still an Akomi product, but it's done separately? Or do you just see, like, in the drop down, like, digital collectibles, digital comics, music, anime, cars, like, and then you have your cards section?
Yeah.
And then that, because like I said, like, don't get me wrong, and I see a couple of people in the chat, you're wrong. Once again, guys, I hope I'm wrong, and I'll be the first one to admit it. Like, I have no idea. I unfortunately, I'm not a fly on the wall when it comes to Akomi's master plan. And if I was, I'd be a lot richer than I am right now, because I would have been in a lot sooner, right? So I hope to see it. It's just, is it, and Reese and Dan have mentioned that a couple times in AMAs when people have been like, hey, this product or this idea, do you see us doing this? And it's like, yeah, it's a good idea, but it's not what we focus. Like, even in, I think it was the AMA with Women X Reese, and they were talking about books, like, because we have comic books, right? So like, hey, do you see us releasing books? And so, Reese said, well, no, like, we don't. Like, you can't really do books in AR. Like, I don't think that we're going to do books, but we'll continue to do the comics. And then Le Petit Prince came out a week later, and everyone was like, oh my God, they're doing books. They're full of it. Like, gotcha. And it actually turned out that it's the collectibles of the characters in the books, right? So is it possible? Yes. I just don't know that digital trading cards in 2D, like, I mean, that's such a big, like if it did, man, like that's such a huge market. Could you imagine owning like a first edition low mint hollow Charizard PSA 10 because it's never been used,
Yeah. Oh,
and
God.
like one of 100 of them in the world? Like, jeez,
Oh,
you're gonna be competing with Logan Paul for that one. I can tell you that
that's
much right now. So
I will. Oh man, yeah. I hate that he has like so much more money than me, and he could do that type of thing. Yeah. His
have you heard any rumors? Is he in any of the, you might not be able to say, but is he in any of the whales groups? Because he has a bag. He's come out and said that he has a bag. He hasn't said how much, but if you had to speculate or guess, do you know how much he has roughly? If you had to guess,
Well, he was only, I don't want to say only, but he was worth about, I think several months ago or last year, like 20 something $million, give or take. I think he is smart enough to not put like half of that into, one thing. But, could he have put a couple $100,000 in this? Probably. He had this back in March. So he might have done the Andre Jick thing where Andre Jick put 150 in, only got 16 million coins. Even if, let's say, he put in $1 million into this and then has 100 million coins, I think that's possible. He's not in any of the whale groups that I'm in. I don't even think I've talked to him because we're in the same Pokemon community, the high-end community. Everyone kind of knows each other, but I haven't talked to him. Steve Aoki, he would get in because he's in that as well. Like, people like don't think that, like, Steve Aoki is like the best DJ in the world. Yeah, he's a nerd. He spent like $400,000 on a trophy, on a Pikachu Illustrator. Wow. And yeah, so he's in that high-end collectible, and I tried to sell my trophy Kangaskhan, didn't work, but yeah, that'd be amazing if we had those cards. Just say, will increasing the mint numbers be awkward? I don't think so. I think it's very necessary. I think that's something that we'd have to do pretty well. Trying to go, people saying you're wrong. Good. So portfolio fluctuate 40,000. Damn, hard life is a beast. I think at some point when each altcoin tends to have its day where it's like, articles coming out on this. I think it's possible for us to go, instead of going from 0.004 to 0.005, I think it's possible for us to go to like 1 penny to 1.5 pennies. So we did 0.0024 to 1.3 pennies in 13 days back in March. That was when nobody was in this. That's when you had a couple of people putting in a couple $100,000, but that was it. I think we go on and we could probably increase like a penny, like close to overnight. What about you?
Oh yeah, man. Any time that I wake up, it's like, what's it gonna be? Like, either they rug pulled and I went to zero. No, guys, I'm kidding. Obviously not a worry here, but I wake up and I'm like, I'm either down $10,000 to $20,000 or I'm up $10,000 to $20,000. And I was joking with a couple of my buddies the other day because they're fairly heavily invested in the OMI token as well. I think one has about 10, the other has about 5 million, which I mean is not bad numbers there either. And we were talking and, we were saying, just joking about the fact that, one day we're going to wake up and our little group chat that we have there could be worth, $10 million plus pretty easily. And it's pretty crazy just to think about like how early we are and how fortunate we are. I just wanted to take a quick moment because my Twitter keeps blowing up and I couldn't figure out what was going on. So Ali Bromi, who is infamous for possibly drinking his own urine if OMI doesn't hit 5 cents by the end of the year. Shout out to Ali. Says, we're both live on YouTube. Someone tell them to vote and tell their viewers to vote for OMI or tell them to check their Twitter where you tag them. We can't lose this. Guys, just so you know, I put out a tweet this morning, I think. So did Hello K, and I think so did a couple other content creators. There was a vote for the OMI token versus Algorand for the most underrated OMI tokens. I think we're in the quarterfinals right now, and we're currently losing. So
it's on Instagram, right?
Okay. On Instagram, yeah. So if any of you guys have Instagram, I voted this morning. Just take 2 seconds, look up myself at
Wait,
OG.
is it on their story? Oh, it's on their story.
Yeah, okay. It's on their story. So just at OG_OMI_homie, or Randy Chavez might tweet it out as well. But
damn. We're at 47%. Yeah.
Yeah, guys. So like, get in there, please. Like, I see we've got 154 people in the chat. That's fantastic. So if we get as many people as possible to get that vote in there, let's show Akomi our support here, because I mean they do a ton for us, and I think spending 5 seconds clicking on social media is the least we can do for them. So if we can get as many people to vote there, and then comment in the chat or whatever, let us know that you did it, just so we can appreciate you. And thanks for helping out, guys. I appreciate that.
So he really is about to drink his own urine if we don't get to 5 seconds.
Well, it's what he said, man. I made a joke with him. I said, man, I think we're gonna hit 0.00499999 right on December 31st, and then no one's gonna buy. We're just gonna make sure that January 1st, that's when we eclipse it. But sorry, didn't happen before midnight, man. You're SOL on that one, and so you're you're doing it. Although I'll be honest with him, you can just tell me you did it. I don't really want to see it, like, for your sake. I hope you drank a lot of water that day. But it's just.
I hope he live streams it. I hope he just. Can we get? I'd probably be banned if I go and.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think that's got to be against TOS somewhere. It's,
that'd be great.
That's funny.
With 3D Yu-Gi-Oh cards. That'd be insane.
That'd be dope.
Could you imagine going on like a battlefield like Yu-Gi-Oh's, like, and you have a giant Pikachu? I place my monster in attack mode.
Honestly, like, that is honestly something Maxwell brings up a good point. Like, that is more so what I see. Like, I see 3D digital collecting cards that you can use as well. I don't know if we'll just get literally 2D that has no animation or anything, but it is possible. Like they're going to venture off into any and every industry that they can just completely take over, right? Like it's going to be insane. Like, even in the industry, like you mentioned Steve Aoki, like there's been rumors that he might be working with Akomi on something. Who knows? And then you think about like what Fortnite did in their metaverse with Travis Scott, I think it was.
Oh, the Travis Scott
with that concert, and then
put all the concert,
like that, to me, like you mentioned the Macy's Labor Day parade there, and then mentioning like Disneycember or whatever you call it, which I thought was interesting. Like, I could see them doing a crazy announcement for like the Pokemon license in the metaverse, and then like Pikachu just like comes over the mountain or something. Like could you imagine if that the lightning bolts and everything? And oh man, it'd be sick. Get like Ryan Reynolds involved as well, like to do a voiceover for it. Like, oh man, just the possibilities. Oh yeah.
And I know when we get this, I don't know if you've ever seen like Hey You Pikachu, like the video game, or N64, or played Pokemon Snap. In the Pokemon community, like we have this competition every now and then. So like, oh, hey, who can go in Pokemon Snap and just get the most badass epic picture of them all? And when we do that, we give a prize or whatever. I guarantee you that happens in the Veveverse. Get pictures of Pokemon doing crazy things. I don't know if I still have it in any of my photos. Maybe it's on the downloads. They're not, but there's some really fun photos that you can get in Pokemon Snap. But that's just in Pokemon Snap. It's not really an open world like it is in that I think the Veveverse will be. Could you imagine just going like, just have like Pikachu on his day off? Like, it's if it has an owner, but it's just, hey, just go around, run around, then I'll just Pikachu at the park, just Pikachu eating like an ice cream. Like, how heckin' cute would that be?
And all the while burning Omi, of course. So I got to ask, because you asked me earlier, and I don't think you ever let me ask you the question back there. So, with so many catalysts moving forward, not even just for the OMI token, but for the VV app as well, like, what is your, not even just catalyst, but just the thing that you're looking forward to the most with the VV application, so the project itself, and then whether or not you believe it's going to have an impact on the OMI token in the short term?
Land, and I mentioned Earth 2 before, where Earth 2 which I think might be similar to the Veveverse. Every single piece of land on Earth 2 started at 10 cents per block. Each block was 10 meters by 10 meters, in like a little square. And what they did was they said, like, if you have, and taking away any like referral codes or any like land income tax, people can eventually will be able to do whatever they want on their land. Like, we're going to be able to go and build levels on our homes in the Veveverse, whether we can go underground, we can go above, or need air rights, whatever it is. Land is going to be one of the key things. And what I didn't realize at the time, my mistake in Earth 2, was I was just getting stuff. Like I bought, like where I'm living in Massapequa, I bought those tiles in New York, and I've got the burger joint down the place. But a bunch of other people, and my friends Aria Realty, friends Guidebook Gaming, they were all buying like Wall Street. They're buying like the, the Eiffel Tower, the pyramids of Giza. And what I didn't do it. I didn't do it. And somebody, I think, paid about $2.50 for the tiles on the statue of Christ, the Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. And they sold it for $5,000. They paid $2.50, wow. Sold it for $5,000. Same thing happened with Statue of Liberty. They must have paid like, I don't know, maybe a couple $100s at the time. The tiles on that, it's just sold it for $65,000 a few like a month ago. And the Veveverse is where I think we can 100x our money again because of the land in which we buy. Even if they decide that, hey, you buy a bunch of land over here, nothing's there yet. Oh, this is where we want our Harry Potter world to go. This is where we want this to go. We'll buy this from you at a certain market price. Or even if you say, hey, I have this little mini store that I've made. If you come onto my property, you're able to see the store. I can fit you out with outfits of your Pokemon, of your avatars, whatever. And your store is right next to the Veve City. You're going to have hundreds of thousands of people just exploring, just visiting your store. That is going to be worth so much heckin' money. So the land in the Veveverse, I have no issue spending 10% of my OMI on there, if not more, just because I want to do what I did not do in Earth 2 and buy. And I think they're going to do blind boxes too. Like, hey, you're going to have, it's going to cost, $10, $100 for this little piece of land. It's either going to be, you don't know where you're going to get it. It's either going to be in the middle of nowhere, or it's going to be right next to our city, kind of like they have a secret rare and commons. And I have no issue spending, like I said, millions of OMI on land that is really close to Veve City. That's what I'm excited for. Can't wait for that.
I honestly, you're getting me hyped up right now. I honestly, I really hope that you're correct and they do it in some form of blind box format, because I'm a little concerned about the implications that whales could just come in and monopolize the value of all of the high-end properties, which will eventually happen. But I think everyone should get a relative fair shake, like have it be random. And like you said, I have an equal chance as you have an equal chance as someone who's only invested $100 in OMI has an equal chance to be a part of this. And I think that that's going to be a really important factor. And I'm glad that you feel that way, because I feel similarly as well. I hope it's not, hey, here's a plot, or here's a map of all the plots and you can auction them off and bid on them, because then you're going to have all these, corporations or really, really rich whales or people that got in super, super early. Like, it's okay if they do that for a very small percentage of the land. Like, I'm fine with that. Like, if there's a business district that you then have to auction off like X amount, like if you're looking to get involved with the business, you're looking at make a store, that's fine. Like, if you want to be in the business district, you want to open it, you need to, put in some good money for that. But if it's just like a residential neighborhood where some some areas are bigger than others and stuff, I think everyone should have an equal shot at that. And then afterwards, the market will find its place with secondary sales, and obviously both of which will have substantial OMI burns, which will be great for the price action of the token. So
yes, and I also think that there's auctions for collectibles, there's auction for comics. So if you have somebody that's just like, hey, I just want more OMI, and they don't really care about the land, they just, they don't have time to play video games, they're doing, they're raising a family, whatever it is, they are going to be so lucky if they get some land. They go to auction that off, like the first one to ever be auctioned off. I don't even think I can get it, because there's people that dwarf me in the amount of OMI, and they might spend tens of millions of OMI on a really good piece of land. So I think the people that get it are going to be extremely lucky. If they decide to sell it, they're going to make buttloads of money. But there will be some people that just want to do it to play it. I think the people, there will be auctions, but it will be from people that get it on the blind boxes, on the random drops.
Yeah.
Andre Jr. says higher mint numbers would make the value of season 1 and 2 collectibles really skyrocket. I think so as well.
I agree.
Again, that I think there's going to be a thing, another level of rarity. Oh, this collectible was minted when you were on the Go chain, because everything after this, next month's going to be on the left. So I think that's going to be really good as well.
We could make some Monopoly memes, like the do not pass Go, do not collect $200. It's like you own this pre-Go, now you collect your dollars or something. I don't know. So someone could work on that. I wasn't witty enough on the spot.
Yeah, if they made 1 million packs, it would be sold out in minutes. Yeah, like even if you had not just Pokemon cards or just packs where you could say, oh, hey, you're gonna get, like 7 monsters, you're gonna get like 3 energy cards, you're gonna get a trainer. That would still not be enough. Would you make I have a Chavez Topia. Where'd it go? I have a Chavez Topia. Asaya says a Superman price prediction. You own one? I do. I think it'll be $1,000 in the next month or two. That's just mine. I'm sorry I didn't see that beforehand. I don't know where that other comment went before. Oh yeah, Chavez Topia. Link down below. Chavez Topia in the Earth 2. I do want to make, regardless of where it is, I do want to make a giant plot of land. Like I could put like 10 or 20 or 50 plots together and make Chavez Topia. Do you want to have a Foster Forest? Like what do you want to do? Like a
I mean, honestly, like that's funny. Like I started YouTube like I think it was the last week of July. I think I posted my first video on July 30th. And it honestly, for me, it's just a fun passion project. Like I work, my regular job full time. I have a wife, I have a kid, I play video games. So like, I don't like, if you look on my channel, like I post maybe 1, maybe 2 videos a week when something like comes up and I'm like, hey, I want to run the numbers on this because I think it's interesting. And then I run the numbers on it and I'm like, oh, this is heckin' awesome. I want to share it with everyone else. So I make a video, and if people like it, they like it. If they don't, they don't. I think you have a fantastic community. And we were talking about this a little bit off stream, who really resonate with your energy that you bring out. And I think it's fantastic. You're such a genuine laid back guy. And you can tell that you're just so happy-go-lucky, and you're always positive and whatever. And so I think for you, I think it makes a lot of sense. I think for me, I think a lot of people who have their opinions of me already would think that it just came off as a little bit pompous to create my own area of my own people. But I would like to get a plot of land, and I definitely will be looking at getting one. Obviously, depending on how it's rolled out, I would like to spend OMI, but if they're like, hey, it's 5 million OMI to buy land, which I don't at all think it will be, but let's say hypothetically it was, I don't know that I'm in a position where I would be willing to invest half of my, a third of my bag into that at this time. I don't think it's necessarily speculative. I think that, it will do well, but, I'm pretty happy with where I'm at. But, if I could get land for, 100,000 OMI, let's say, I'm buying 10 plots of land. If they let me, like, if I can find a way to get 10 plots, I'm buying 10 plots of land, because I just know how much it's gonna be worth. And if I can get land together, I think it'd be cool. And then I could, give one to my wife, give one to my daughter.
Oh, you're so nice.
Give one to my dad and whatever. Well, loan, we'll rent it. We'll rent it out to them. And so there's so many avenues that you can pursue in this project to seek financial freedom and just make a ton of money off of them. I'm just so excited to see how they roll them all out and engage people and get everyone excited about all the things that are happening. I think land, and I agree with you, is going to be an absolutely massive catalyst to token burn, to interest in the project and token growth. But I don't know that we'll see land before we see the MTL. I think that will likely come first. So I'm curious what your thoughts are, because I don't see land rolling out maybe until Q1 of next year. Because I mean, the VVverse itself isn't even coming until December probably, right? So
yeah,
like what is your feelings on the money transmitter license? I know you obviously own quite a few collectibles. I don't know if you got a ton of gems tied up, and if you're looking to pull some money out or transfer some gems into OMI to buy some more collectibles, like how are you feeling about that as a catalyst?
A lot of really good things. Before that, I just want to get to Halty saying $5 super chat. Enterprise future speculation. I have two reasons why I think that USS Enterprise at ultra rare will be worth a lot. There's only 387 on the market right now, which is less than 10%. So it's about maybe 6 or 7% of the circulating supply on there. The floor is about 180. I say this can actually go to several hundred, if not $1,000, because Star Trek people aren't really in right now. And also, I think the Star Wars people are going to troll the Star Trek people by buying all of the USS Enterprise up. They're like, can't get it now, can you? You call Han Solo a bitch? Girl, try getting your Enterprise now. Like, guarantee you that happens. Excuse my language. So sorry. And then Mass Murder just give me $5. So yeah, I don't have, the only things that I have that multiples of are that Stelina and the him. Everything else I only have one of, so I am not selling. I can't. Even if let's say everything that I have is worth $40,000 to $50,000 right now in the NFT collectible space. So somebody says like, hey, listen, you did a lot of work here. I know you. I'm going to compensate you for your time. Here's $100,000 for your account. No, absolutely not. Because one, I'm going to have to rebuy all those things, and two, I'm not going to get those mint numbers. Some of them are relatively low mint numbers. Some of them are just, I just couldn't do it. Like, again, I don't need that money right now. I have more than that in just OMI. But that MTL license, I think that legitimizes it, where people are going to be like, oh, hey, I know before I was saying, yeah, I made this money. And your argument was, well, yeah, you made that money, but you can't pull it out. Mm-hmm. Now I can pull it out. Now it's real for some people. You can show people's bank statements. You can show people's their transaction history. Look, I have a deposit of $10,000, and all I did was put in a couple $100, and that is gonna. I was like, it is gonna be where I've said it before on podcasts, where what guys have to do in order to get other guys to do something like their friends, just be like, no, bro, seriously. Like, that's it. All they have to do is like, no, bro, seriously. And that's it. That's all you have to say for a bunch of guys like, oh, I'm in. Let's get the friends.
Well, when you put it that way. Yeah. No, it's funny because my buddies are the same way. Like I said, the guys at work have started to get more involved with things over the last little while. And it's funny because you see that trickle down effect, and then it's like a snowball, right? Like, it starts at the top of the mountain, it's small, but then as it gains its momentum, it gets bigger and bigger. And one of my other buddies has been investing in the drops now for the last couple of weeks, and he pulled a rare of the comic book yesterday and sold it for, I think, like $130 or something. Nice. So it made $125, and so we're messaging my other buddy who's a little bit more stubborn and isn't in yet, and I can say this because it's my buddy and not a random person, but he's like, we told him, I was like, man, Mike just made like $125 in 30 seconds. Like, invest, you idiot. And he's like, no, he made 125 gems. It's like, okay, yes, but here's what you need to understand, that you will be able to withdraw those gems eventually, right? And would you rather buy in now when the items are actually affordable, or would you rather wait and see it for yourself, which is fine. A normal person outside of one of my buddies, I would say, if you're unsure, wait for sure. But to my buddy, I said, would you rather wait and be sure, whatever that means? You have 5 million OMI, so you either believe in the project or you don't, right? So, okay, that's fine. You want to wait, but you're not going to be able to afford those collectibles once the MTL comes in, because so many people who were waiting to see are going to jump on the bandwagon, and those collectibles are just going to get so far out of reach. So, it's a double-edged sword. I would rather be, and I've had this conversation with a lot of people on socials, I would rather be on the ground floor and suffer through the pains of construction above me than wait until the elevator's on the 10th floor when it's a little bit more polished. I didn't have to live through all that at the bottom, but also be paying 10th floor prices. Yeah. And I think that's what people need to, come to grips with one way or another. And of course, it's your money. You do what you want with it. But that's what I always tell people, is, people always say, oh, but they haven't done this yet. And the team constantly delays, and they don't care. They only want to make money. And it's like, guys, they expected to have 30,000 users by the end of this year, and they have 700,000, and we still have like 3 months left. They're going to be at 1 million before the end of this year. And at the low end, they're going to be at 3 to 5 million by the end of next year. So it's like, yeah, it would have been nice had they focused on X, Y, Z, but the fact that But I mean, and I don't know how many in the chat were around for it. I know you were, Randy, but like we went through like 3 weeks or a month without the marketplace, like back when they were just completely re-engineering the back end to try and get the app to work so that people could just get on and use it. So yes,
It's very
there's
buggy.
like, yeah, there's, things that I'd like to see happen quicker, of course. But at the same time, I would rather wait and make sure that they do the things correctly, that they do it compliantly, and that they make the app as best as it can be for all the new users that are coming on so that they don't look at it once and go, oh, what's this hunk of garbage? And then just leave. Like, you know what I mean? It's about perspective. Like, yes, we're here now and we want to make money now, but the money is going to come. So instead of freaking out about every little thing that maybe doesn't go exactly how we want it to go, I am of the mindset that I would rather just kind of sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride, because it's going to be, especially these next couple of weeks, man, when those announcements come out, when we move to immutable, it's going to be crazy.
Can't wait. So does the MTL mean gem to fiat or gem to fiat and OMI? I think it's just gem to fiat. And I guess I want your opinion on this too. I think it'll just be gem to fiat. I don't think they would give you gem to OMI because that OMI would have to come out of the reserve wallet, and they don't want that going to the circulating supply. You could do gem to you could do OMI to gem probably, or just OMI and spend that. But I don't think they'll ever give you gem to OMI. Am I correct in that assumption?
Yeah, so they'll never give you gem to OMI, and I believe Reese has touched on this previously. And kind of the rationale behind that is that they're adding OMI to NFT. So there'd be no real reason for it. Like they had originally looked at it and they were like, yeah, this is an idea. And then they kind of looked at it and were like, ooh, wait, like this is going to cause a negative price action conceivably on the token, and we don't want to do that. And that's one of the things that I love about them is they're always, hey, you guys want to see this, but here's the reason why it's actually going to hurt your investment. And then people can kind of take a step back and go, oh yeah, like I would rather them kind of explain things like that, like, hey, we want to implement this, but here's why it's probably not a good idea. So yeah, like you said, because of the way that the wallets work, you'll never see that, because essentially all that we want is when you purchase gems, they take the equivalent dollar value of that from the reserve, move it into the vault wallet, and then it's held there. And then that way, if you then just say, no, I don't want to buy anything, I'm going to sell my gems back into fiat, it doesn't have any negative impact on the price action of the token. But if you do then in turn, let's say $100 worth of OMI gets moved from the reserve wallet to the vault wallet, and then you buy a $100 NFT, a percentage of that is then taken from the vault wallet and burnt. And then they also take a percentage of the revenue that they made from that sale, and they take it onto exchanges, buy OMI from exchanges in the circulating supply, and then refill up the vault wallet. So it works as a circle, and they don't want to add anything in it that leaves room for it to kind of go backwards. Because if you start going backwards, it can have some negative effects definitely on the price action, and they just don't want to see that, which is why also part of the reason, and like you mentioned earlier, Randy, I don't think that they're doing buybacks right now because, they want to make sure that if a whale decides to dump the token for one reason or another, doesn't necessarily need to be nefarious, but just, hey, I've made my money, I'm ready to get out. They can do buybacks to take money out of the circulating supply, which then in turn will kind of, at least to an extent, balance things out. So
yeah, no, agreed. Hasan Rauer says they should add billboards on the Veveverse, and I think they will. We might be able to make our own billboards, but I could see them having you have to put in a ticket, they'd have to approve it, because I know what you're thinking.
No.
Put anything you want.
Join the Pen 15 Club, guys. Everyone join the Pen 15 Club. Like it's just gonna be brutal, man. There's no way. There's no way. And especially with your ideas, man, there's no way they're approving your billboards.
But no way. I would think that other companies might want to do advertising in the Veveverse. If we have a couple million people a day, it's like, oh, hey, not free advertising, they have to pay for it. And if they don't want to put it on, like, because again, if they're just going to have like a random, any company like say Hot Topic can go and put in, or whoever, a ad or billboard on their own property, maybe nobody visits there because maybe that's not Hot Topic. It doesn't, some person that wants to sell jam, they sell like 10,000 things of jam a year, they want to sell 50,000, whatever. They would probably want to pay to put it on somebody else's land that gets a lot of foot traffic, like either like me, or you'd have maybe Taps Trades or Dan Lee making whoever, or so I think that'd be pretty cool. if they did that. But like I said, it would definitely have to be approved, and the Pen 15 Club probably would not be approved.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think they're going to add a feature like that. And like you said, in the business district, right? Like you have a bunch of these companies that are selling items related to Veve or the Veveverse, or even something simple. Like I play Rocket League a lot, and there's advertisements around the arena within the game, right? So they can advertise like, hey, this is for sale, even if it's just related to their own individual Veve product. Like you could walk by billboards and it'll say like, this Thursday, 8 a.m. Pacific time, this drop is happening. And it just creates user engagement. And so I definitely think they will add something like that eventually. And it'll probably burn OMI directly from the circulating supply. And it'll be pretty awesome. Or even like I think Cavell did a video a month back about he was showing Fortnite and how you can create your own map and how you can pay to advertise your map. So like you said, like similar to advertising business, like it may not even be a business. You just may be able to advertise your showroom and then charge an admission fee when people come to your showroom. Like if you're someone like Johnny Dunn or something that has like a fantastic showroom, has a bunch of collectibles, is known in the community, like you may be able to advertise that and take it as a business expense. And then eventually, recoup that cost because you charge someone, 1,000 OMI to enter your showroom, which at the time maybe is $1 or whatever. And then you're like, yeah, I really want to check out this dude's showroom. Like, let's check it out or whatever. So, yeah.
I actually just had an idea when I said charging people. I was like, well, probably wouldn't charge people unless there was like a reason, like only things that you had. Like I actually, one of my businesses is called the Chavez Kanto Project. It was my Pokemon cards with Kanto's that first region in Pokemon. I could have that and just make like, oh, the Kanto Project is now all the Kanto Pokemon have been collected in one park. You can go and see them, and they're just, I think that'd be pretty fun. That'd be pretty cool. And then I don't know what your favorite speculation. Also, you don't have to go, do you?
No, I'm good. Yeah, no, my wife is picking up my daughter from daycare.
Okay,
we're good. I made sure. I said no. I'm not passing up this opportunity to speak with a legend. So I made the time.
Okay, great. So, what is your favorite speculation about perks of the Master Collector program? Andre Jr. seems to think, wouldn't it be cool if we had perks that give you earlier access to land? What's your favorite speculation?
Yeah, I mean, I think the early access is going to be the biggest appealing factor out of every speculation that I've heard. I think, early access to any form of whatever is being granted, although I don't know if I'm thinking about it rationally, that will be included. I think that they may, and Reese has kind of alluded to this previously, they may allow you to burn a certain amount of OMI to grant you access to a specific drop that you're interested in. So to get early access to a specific drop, you may be able to do that. I don't know that they would give it just as a perk of the program where, let's say Randy has 100 million OMI. So because he has, let's say the top tier is 50 million or something crazy, like, so that only, the whales of the whales are able to stake that amount of OMI to get early access. Well, you're kind of disenfranchising the rest of the community because then you have the same 300 people who are getting in early to the drop and are getting those collectibles. And now they're just able to manipulate the floor price up, and then you're paying absorbent amounts of money. And then it's the same issue as having, bots or whatever. It's not equal access to all, which is, I think, for an app that is mass adopted, something that, Veve and Ecomi is really, striving towards. I think that, for, like I said, the occasional drop, you may be able to burn 100,000 OMI forever, and then you get access to a drop early, but it'll be a percentage. So let's say you want early access to the ultra rare and there's 1,000 editions, you burn whatever OMI, or there's a bid system. So you really, like Randy, you really want this Pokemon. So you would be willing to burn, 1 million OMI, whereas I'd only be willing to burn, 100,000 OMI.
Yeah, that's true.
They'll do, 10 spots early, and it's a blind bid, and you bid the amount that you'd be willing to burn. You have no idea what
the blind bid part.
You know what I mean? But that way it prevents manipulation, right? Because you can't just one up more than whatever. So you're willing to burn X amount because you really want this collectible, and you understand that if you burn $1,000 worth of OMI, that collectible is going to be worth 10 grand. So you're like, for me, it's an investment, right?
Yeah.
So, they say X amount of spots are open early. The top 10 people that burn a certain amount of OMI will get early access to this collectible. You still have to buy it at market price, and it's still a random mint number. And then you can still participate in the drop as normal afterwards. But I don't see them just being like, hey, if you burn OMI or you contribute a certain amount or you're a certain level, that you get early access, because it's not going to take a ton for 1,000 people to be at top level. And if you just always say that those 1,000 people are going to get early access, then no one is going to be able to complete sets, because unless they buy it in the secondary market for a lot higher. And it's basically, you're creating the 99% and the 1% issue that we have in everyday society, which is where the rich just keep getting richer because they already have that access. And then the people that don't have that access are just not going to enjoy their experience. So, but I am curious to hear your thoughts on it.
So the burning OMI part, I don't like the blind burning for two reasons. One is because I don't want to be burning 1 million OMI and then the other 9 people are burning like 15,000 OMI. Like, I could have done that. But also on the opposite end of that, if I say like, well, burning, 20,000 OMI, that could be, $20,000 in the future for this collectible that maybe can only be 10 grand, whatever. And I don't want to just put that when I know the top 10 people are putting 100,000 or 50,000, whatever it is. Like, no, I'll do that, but just let me know what they're doing so I can outbid burn them, so that like I have no issue spending what other people are willing to spend, unless it's like an obscene amount. So I don't want to, because then that hurts people too. If I was only willing to burn 20,000 and suddenly now none of mine is burned, well, no, I would have burned 50 or 100,000 for this. So I think, I don't know how they would do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, if I would. I also have a pretty addictive personality, and I also
and then it becomes gambling at one point.
Yeah. I don't know.
What is yours though? What is yours? Like, what is your most, like, for me, like I said, I think the early access will be something that will be available. I just don't know that it'll be a specific master collector reward, or maybe once you reach a certain level, you get like a token, right? So you can burn that token. So you can only hit these levels, let's say every 6 months is when your staking period ends, and you stake X amount. You get, let's say for master collector level 10, you get, 5 tokens. And then for master collector level 7 and below, you only get 3 tokens or something. And then you have to burn a token as a part of your level to gain access to that drop early. I can see them doing something like that maybe. So then you have to pick and choose, like, what is your fandom, right? Like, what are you interested in? That way you can't just do it for every single drop and manipulate the price. But if you're huge on, no, I want this Myrmicorno, like this is my thing, this is my jam, then you can get that early access. I don't know. Like, do you?
Yeah. So this is going to sound so stupid. Have you ever read like the Civil War comics? Like Captain America, Tony Stark, the Civil War comic books?
No. And if I get them on Veve, I won't be, because I don't want the green check mark. Full disclosure.
They're so good. And in one of the things, each side was fighting over which side was going to get Deadpool, because he's a crazy wild card.
Okay.
And what what Tony Stark's side did was, Captain America's side was trying to offer him like money or like girls or whatever, chimichangas. And what Tony Stark's side did is like, we're going to give you a badge. And like, all they did was they gave him a little like paper badge that said like sheriff or, whatever. And it's like, oh, I get a badge. I really hope that this is going to sound so like vain, so clout, that if you are staking a certain amount of OMI, they give you a badge that says like top 1% staker. Like they do, like they say, I'm like girls on like OnlyFans, they're in the top 1% of content creators. I'm in the top 1% of OMI stakers. That's what I want to be. I want people to look at that badge and go like, whoa. Sounds so stupid.
No, man, honestly, but it's not though, right? Because like you said, a badge or a uniform is just an association to a group. You were in the military. I work in law enforcement. We both understand what a uniform stands for and what it means to be next to someone that wears that uniform. So I think it makes perfect sense. I think to have a badge or a representation of an achievement that you've accomplished, even if it's something as simple as like you own collectibles from season 1, you're a season 1 OG, you get a season 1 OG badge, like all these badges. It's like I was in Cubs when I was a kid, and you had your little sash, and you got like your fire starting badge and your knitting badge and your first aid badge or whatever. It's like those badges represented something, and you knew what it meant, and it gave you a sense of pride in it, and other people knew what it meant, so they could associate that with you. So I don't think it's a silly idea at all. I think it's an incentive for you to lock up your liquidity, and you're receiving that recognition for it, and the community should thank you for it, because instead of spending or selling 100 million OMI and putting negative price pressure on the token, you are allowing our bags to continue to hold their value by holding yours. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and I think it's a good idea.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, I thought it'd be fun too. Spetsikonik says, WTF, why are all the prices up so much in the market? I think that originally it started with, the Jeremy Shawbell and Jeremiah Aoyang, I'm sorry, David Shawbell and Jeremiah Aoyang just saying, hey, buy these 3 collectibles. And then as a consequence of those 3 mooning, everyone else kind of thought, oh, hey, if this can happen just because of a space and a tweet of 2 people that formerly were not associated with Veve or Akomi, if that can happen based on a tweet, what can happen when these guys say this, this, and this? The people start to realize there's so few. I just think it's a consequence of that. Do you think that any other reasons why some of these are mooning, even though they're not associated with?
Yeah, I honestly, I think it's easy for people, and we talked earlier in the stream about opportunities that we may have missed out on by being invested in the OMI token and not being able to diversify or put our money into other projects. I think a lot of people that understand this project also understood that there was more money to be made elsewhere in the beginning. And I think now that the announcement that, Immutable is not just an idea, it's happening. We know it's coming. And the accessibility that will give to the crypto community for not only the token, but for the collectibles, I think people see that catalyst and they go, I better buy these now before they become unreachable later. So I think that to me stands out as, hey, I need to get in now. And then, we hear an announcement about Immutable or whatever, and then you start to see all these floor prices rising. And I think not only because of that spaces, because I think that obviously had an impact not only on those 3 collectibles, but on the broader market. But I think it's when you start to add all of these catalysts together, the movement, the check marks that are starting to talk about it more on social media, I think all of these factors are coming together, and people are really starting to realize, like, do I really want to leave my money in these other projects or other ventures right now? Or can I scrap up a few extra dollars and cents to lock in one of these collectibles because of what is going to happen? Like, I remember in the AMA 2 weeks ago, Dan confirmed that one of the first few collectors that we should see moving over for interoperability was like Jermaine Rogers, Frank Kozik, Ron English.
I bought that Labbit, that Ultra, as soon as he said that. I bought it for 999 gems. It's like 2,000 gems now. But
that's what I'm saying. Like a little announcement like that, when they said that, I went in, and for me, the ultra rare backstop Labbit, the black one, was already out of reach. It was at about $1,000 before that announcement. I think it's like 2,200 now or whatever. But I picked up both of the rares. Nice. Because both of the rares, I was like, oh, interesting. And I think one of them was like 190 and the other one was 205. And I think now one of them's like 430 and the other one's like high 2s. So like, and I firmly believe that was specifically due to that announcement. And my lucky rabbit was sitting at 1,000, I think, before that announcement came out, and now it's at 2,200. Yeah. So, it doesn't take a lot for people to realize, and it's just because people, there's so much, this space, like you said, is an information overload. There's just so much going on, so much to think about that people don't realize. And then they'll hear one piece of information and everyone else has access to that information as well, because Akomi is very transparent and puts out all of the information, and then they go, oh, dang. And then it becomes a race. And then that's when you see the floor just explode.
Yeah, and I do want to piggyback on that, but this question, Black Magic, what is a good WTF is Veve number 2? The link is down below. It just gets you so hyped. It just says, what is Veve? Who's the team? Is WTF is Veve numeral 2? Link down below for that. Yeah, when you were talking about just repeat the last like thing that you just said. But oh no, sorry, the AMAs and everything. I had to make a live stream after that AMA because there's so much information. I was like, oh my god, this is ridiculous. This is too awesome. But they've also said that there's only 20%. All the brands that they've announced is only 20% of the contracts that they actually have. They still have that times X. So 4 times that is going to be announced. That's something I was very, very excited for. And if you obviously, you know, you have Disney, Star Wars, Pokemon, whatever. Is there anything that's like kind of not like a guilty pleasure that you're hoping they have? Like, are you hoping they have something that is a little out there that's maybe not mainstream?
That's a good question. You know, I think for me, and this is going to sound very sappy, but it is how I feel. Like I think that collecting brings people together, and I think that, you know, like I said earlier in the stream, I bought the second Superman for my dad because he's a big Superman fan, and I want to be able to give that to him to show my appreciation. And I don't care if the thing's worth $10,000 in a few years. Like, I'm still going to give it to him because he's my dad. You know what I mean? My mom, who I love more than any person in the entire world, is big into Winnie the Pooh. And it's ironic because Winnie the Pooh is actually like one of the top 3 grossing brands. Yeah. So like, obviously from a business standpoint, like I would love to see it, but she is just absolutely massive on Winnie the Pooh. And I have actually, I'm going to go grab it just because I can.
Yeah. I think number 2 is Hello Kitty. I think Winnie the Pooh is like number 3 or 4 or 5, whatever.
She got this for my daughter when she was born. And, this was the Winnie the Pooh that her mom gave her like 60 years ago when she was born. And it's been passed down from generation to generation. And, you know, it's things like that outside of money and, you know, the cool car and stuff that I'm going to be able to buy when OMI goes up and whatever. It's memories like that you're going to be able to share and cherish with, you know, your family and stuff. So I think for me, I would absolutely love to be able to get, you know, a Winnie the Pooh. And I don't care how much it costs me. Like, I would just love to be able to get that for her. And I hope that it's a super rare and low mint and that it means a lot to her. And I mean, obviously financially, I'd also like to be able to help them out as well, depending on where the project goes. But I just think sometimes the little gestures, but that are meaningful, like mean the most. So I think for me, I like seeing a license like Winnie the Pooh would be pretty awesome. And then beyond that, I don't know. I think that, you know, I think Pokemon, obviously, I think they already have Pokemon, so it's not even speculation at this point. Like, I would love to see that because it's a nostalgia thing. I think it'd be cool to have like Beyblades or something. And if you could use those somehow, like if you could find a way to have like something like that as a kid, like Barney, even like just like stuff that just really brings you back to your childhood, but that you can relate. Because I honestly, the thing that I look forward to, like my daughter's 15 months old. She's not old enough right now to understand a lot of this. But in a few years, I want to be able to go back to her and say like, hey, like I bought these for you. You know what I mean? Like I got these Myrmicornos for you or whatever she's interested in. It doesn't have to be a girly thing, right? Like, hey, I got this USS Enterprise D for you. You know what I mean? And just like enjoy it together as a family and those experiences. And I think that's the type of stuff that I'm going to cherish. Just whatever license will bring up nostalgia and let me, you know, kind of enjoy it with my family. What about you?
Well, one, I wanted to like Photoshop Vin Diesel on you and it's like, it's about family. But I think one of the good parts about this is that Winnie the Pooh is probably in very good condition for being 60 something years, more than half a century old. Which probably guys probably took really good care of it. But with these, we don't really, I mean, with the comics, the degradation, but for the most part, these won't really have, you don't have to be careful with them. You go outside and battle with them. Oh, it's a puppy. You can go outside and battle with them, you know, in the Veveverse, you know, if we have a Warring World, whatever games, and they'll still be perfect. They can be played with and they'll still be good. And I think it'd be really cool, kind of like in Super Smash Brothers. You have like a history of, oh, here's the stats of Fox versus Samus, or Kirby versus Mario, or Luigi versus Captain Falcon. You have those stats, but hey, look at all this has been through. Look at all you guys have been through together, and pass it on. Like that's so heckin' awesome.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of those will actually be because they're from family. Like, if when your daughter, in like 10, 15 years, or even like 20 years, whatever, and someone offers her like $10,000 to a Superman, like, no, like my dad gave this to me. Like I'm never selling, like family heirlooms. Like,
Yeah.
So yeah.
No, that's and it's cool because like we're all as a society, like we all have our own interests and we're all different in our own ways, but it's so cool to see how something like Veve can bring a community together. And I remember I got in a not a disagreement, but we had a different opinion about we were talking about the Holy Trinity group that's been created for the Spider-Man Secret Rare, the Batman and the Superman. And someone was saying, well, I don't like this. It's becoming, like Bored Apes where it's an exclusivity thing and you can't be a part of it unless you have this or whatever. And I understand where they're coming from, but for me, it's not intended to exclude anyone from collecting or being a part of a community. It's just an additional step or thing that's in place. Attack dogs unite. Island fan, 1 sec. Sorry, just give me 1 second. Maybe read a couple things in chat. I think my wife just got home. I'll be back in like 1 minute.
Of course. So I'm going to go over some comments. Star Helix says, what do you think so Star Helix, he actually mentioned before that I asked him if he had an extra $10,000 to do Veve NFTs or OMI, and he said I would do OMI. So according to Foster Hilt, if he had I think it depends on which NFT you're getting, but OMI in general. I told my friend Justin last night, hey, should I get more OMI or NFTs? And I told him, listen, buy more OMI, and that's what I told him. 3 common Avengers and 2 uncommons, but Dan, yeah. A lot of people be going crazy that he would do OMI. Yep. I said, imagine getting the OMI pre-sale. Oh my God, that'd be insane. What were we talking about beforehand? I was just going over some comments.
Oh, good question. What were we talking about beforehand? I'm so scattered.
We're getting old.
Oh boy. What were we talking about?
It was about family and then the passing down the Superman. I know my dad gave this to me. The exclusivity of
the exclusivity, right there, the club. Thank you. So I took an opposing view in the sense that, like I said, I don't think it's meant to go out of their way to exclude a certain group of individuals from a community. I think the Veve community as a whole is fantastic. I think we see it in all of our socials. We see it in your chat right now, constantly a ton of people tuning in, giving their thoughts, everything like that. I think that having groups is okay because it allows people to associate with the specific fandoms that they love, right? Like at the end of the day, like you may not be a big collector, but you may absolutely love Back to the Future. And if you want to be in a group with Back to the Future enthusiasts because everyone loves Back to the Future and you own a Back to the Future, then that's awesome. Now, should you be excluded from a group just because you simply don't own something? That's where it kind of gets whatever. Like it depends on what your intention of the group is, right? Like I said, the Secret Rare Marvel #1 comic book that they made a group about. Who knows what goes on in those conversations, right? Like, are they saying like, hey, you're not selling before this price, I'm selling at this price, and it's just straight collusion? I'm not at all saying that that's the case, but like, if your intention to create a group is because of that, then I can see that there's an issue with it, right? But if you're just like, oh my God, I'm heckin' excited because I got this collectible and you're all got this collectible, let's be excited together. I don't think that there's anything necessarily wrong with that. But
I also think the Marvel Secret one, like the people that own that's got to be a small group. Like that's not going to be like, again, the ones where we have the Trinity, that is literally, there's going to be thousands of people in that. And I think that's going to get so overblown so quickly. It's great right now. We got, and again, I'll get you I have like 6 message requests on Twitter since this happening. So I think I'll have to spend a little bit of time before I go to the gym and go on and do that. But yeah, I'm trying not to sell also. So the only things I would sell in the future, maybe rent out, would be the hymns to trade or the Stellars. Do you have any multiple ones that you're going to sell, or are you kind of like Brendan Z there? You're going to regret selling?
The only thing is that I have multiples of, like I do have the 2 Supermans, but comic books I think are the only things that I have multiples of. And it's funny because like the first drop that ever came out, the Marvel Comics #1, I think my wife and we both went for it because we each have one account, right? So she went for it, I went for it, and it's actually been fun to get her involved. And she's been she's been luckier than I am on a lot of the polls. Like the day that we got the secret rare Spider-Man comic #1, she got it on her account, and then she also pulled the secret rare Captain America. Like, oh, I shouldn't say she pulled it because technically you're buying it, right? But she was able to secure it, and then she got that. So I was like, man, that was like an $8,000 day. Like
That's
for
a
her,
great
you know
day.
what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm sitting here like, it's okay, I'm trying. Like, just didn't. But no, I think comics are the only thing that I have a significant amount of extras on, and I think I'm gonna hold, like, even the Marvel Comics #1. I think between my wife and I think we have 12 of them. And I don't know what they're at recently because I haven't checked, but I saw them as high as $70. Like, we could probably turn around and sell them and make a decent chunk of change. I may, periodically, as the price continues to rise, I may sell one every now and again if I need, an extra couple dollars for a drop or whatever. But I think at this point it's far too early, and I've made that mistake. And like I said, I sold the secret rare Spider-Man for $1,600, and it's worth upwards of 10K right now, and that's only what it's worth now. Like, what's it going to be worth in 6 months or a year? So I think, it all depends on the reason why you're selling an item. Like, if you're selling an item because you need the money, well, yeah, sell the item. That makes perfect sense. But if you're looking to invest, I would say that it's a safe bet that the longer you hold, the more valuable it'll become, because, we may only have 300,000 users on the app right now that are active, 700,000 accounts. But what happens when we have 10 million users on the app? There's still only going to be 600, 1,000, 5,000, 10,000 editions of whatever you own. And that may not sound very scarce or exclusive right now, but you better believe it's going to become scarce and exclusive very quickly. So yeah, I think a lot of these collectibles, especially season 1, season 2 collectibles that haven't hit those higher mint numbers yet, even things like the DeLorean and stuff that have like a ridiculous amount of collectibles, I think even them eventually will hit a minimum of 2x of what they went for originally. So
yeah, definitely. So Hard Life, that question about how to whale group, they just invited me. They messaged me on Twitter like, hey, I see your videos, I like them. A bunch of us are OGs. They just invited, like, there's no like official requirement. There's even actually this one guy, I won't say his name, I'll just call him Mr. Z. He goes and he says like, hey, and he has about the same amount of OMI as I do. It's like, can I get in? And I asked him about it, and they said like, it's kind of like an invite only, you get, and so they invited me just because I was like a YouTube personality. It wasn't like, oh, you get a secret invite. But they did just announce the Captain America Sam Wilson ones. There are 30,000 editions, and 600 secret rare, 1,050 ultra rare, 2,300 rare, 5,000 uncommon, 21,000 common. So like this, Hulk that sold out in a second for 30,000. Same thing. There's going to be a decent chance that half of us get this comic, half of us don't, even just one. So that is what I am. I'll be going live for that tomorrow. Nice. That'll be pretty fun.
I feel like that's a pretty standard comic book run now. I think they're doing the 30,000, and then like they said, they may sprinkle in the super limited edition, the 10K ones. But yeah, like there's tons of content creators that talk about these, and like I said, I'm not a collectible expert, unfortunately, as you can see from some of the decisions that I've made. So, but yeah, just collecting in general it's fun, right? Like, you just associate with it. It's just fun to be able to buy these things and know that you own them. It's exciting. So
yeah, and I tell people it's pretty much a net. It's a net positive. There's almost no risk because you spend $7. Those like the whole commons yesterday going for like $15, $17. So you're already making your money back plus more. There's almost no reason not to go and do it. And also that chance of getting that, even if it's not like a secret rare, ultra rare, it's a couple $100s. And some people, like, they don't make that a day. They might make like, 20, 30, unless you're like a doctor making like $80, $100 an hour. Like, it's definitely worth it for your time. Again, I do it just because it's fun, but yeah. I just posted that link for Daniel for the Twitter thing.
Yeah.
Not more users, don't have to keep recycling, NFTs are high prices. Yeah. Something that I was worried about that I'm not worried about anymore is buyer exhaustion, where I just, like me, I don't have the money that I did several months ago, where I had all this Pokemon inventory, I could sell it and buy. I'm down to nothing. Are you kind of feeling the same way? Like, oh, my wallet's kind of hurting.
Yeah, well, and that was the whole reason that I ended up selling that secret rare Spider-Man, right? Is like, it got to a point where, I went all in on OMI relative to the funds that I had available to me. And I was starting to buy the collectibles and I was enjoying it, but then you buy a collectible and you don't want to sell it. So it's like, okay, great. I own all these collectibles now, but and they may be worth something, but if I'm not getting any money for them, like where does the money keep coming in from to continue to buy the collectibles? So,
you still have a job. I keep forgetting that most people still work and have money
I still
coming
got
in.
a job, but
maybe I should go work at like 7-Eleven or something.
Yeah,
get a couple $100 a week.
That's it. Hey, you call it your Veve piggy bank there.
Oh, dude, they work so hard though. They work like 12-hour shifts. It's like $10 an hour. I was like, I'm not doing that, fam. I'm just
yeah. Dude, and that's why, and once again, not financial advice, like OMI is literally going to be financial freedom for so many people. Yeah. And for anyone that's listening right now, I know there's quite a few people in the chat, like just remember, like you don't need Randy OMI numbers. You don't even need me OMI numbers. Like if you even got like you don't even need 1 million, like even 500,000 OMI by the end of the decade, like I would be absolutely shocked if OMI was not worth $1. With all the catalysts that we have coming, I just like by 2030, like we would really have to have done something wrong pretty seismically to not reach that goal, in my opinion. So like even if you have 500,000 OMI, like even if you bought that right now, like that's what, $1,000? Like,
yeah.
I mean, and if $1,000 is too much for you, that's okay. But I mean, we've also had months to accumulate, right? Like, I think even if you have 500,000 OMI, you're in this chat right now. Like, don't be discouraged because you see me with 14 million OMI, you see Randy with 106 million OMI. Like, you guys will be just fine, in my opinion. Like, the biggest thing is just continue to enjoy the experience and not obviously stress out about the short-term price action. Yes, it's exciting to see your balance go up. Like I said, I go up 10K in a day. Randy goes up 100K in a day. It's exciting. Don't get me wrong. It gives you that euphoric, like high feeling. You're like, oh my God, like, look at this. This is crazy. Like I won a mini lottery. Like this is insane. But recognize like where we're going, right? Like this is not a short-term hold, get out, move on to the next thing. Like if you're invested in this, you're invested in it because you understand the value proposition, 18, 24, 36, 60 months down the road. With all the catalysts that we have coming, like it's really going to hit some of these price targets. And I'm very conservative on my channel, but what I will say is I do think it will hit some of these price targets that people are throwing out a lot quicker than maybe even I say normally. I just believe that you should rather be conservative and end up getting more, which is even more exciting, than to hope for the moon. And then, because if you hope for $1 and you only get 80 cents, you're still going to find a way to be disappointed in the fact that you're only at 80 cents, even though that's fantastic. Whereas if you hope that it's going to go to 10 cents and then it goes to 80 cents, then you're going to be absolutely through the moon. Right?
80 cents would be, and I know it. Have you ever listened to Crypto Rain?
The YouTube channel?
Yeah, he's an older guy. Not old. He's in like, maybe 50 or like, 40s. And so he's not old. He's just slightly older. And he makes his living off of like crypto and he's like, same thing, not financial advice, but he just goes and he makes videos on this, and this is what he does. And I don't see it, but he said potentially this bull run, which could, probably end, next year at some point, maybe end of next year. So there's potential for OMI, and he's not like just OMI. He does all of crypto, and he has other technical analysis on. And he says like, hey, when we're talking about OMI, potential that this bull run, which ends next year, could reach $1. And I was like, what? No, what? Like, and it's not like a random prediction where I think like, I'll throw out a number. Oh yeah, so when do you think we reach $10? Oh, maybe by the 2040, I think we could reach $10. Like, I'm not going like it's him. He said based on this analysis, the FOMO coming in. I don't see that. I think my most bullish prediction would be about maybe, I don't know, 20 cents by the end of next year. Like that's like kind of my most bullish, which I get we could do that. We might even surpass that. But what's been your most bullish? Like, hey, golden goose egg, this could happen.
So originally when I got in this project back in April, I remember like putting an Excel spreadsheet together. I ran all the numbers. Yeah, you're good. You're good. So I remember to everyone that's like, I told my wife, I said, 32 cents is what I think we can hit. within a 12-month time frame. Like I ran the numbers on the back end for a couple different things that I've been looking into. I looked at some other projects and stuff, and I said, 32 cents I think is what we can get. And I said, what's your price prediction, dear? Like, what do you hope? And she's like, 2 cents. And then I was like, oh, you're so naive. Like, you don't know anything about finances. What do you know? And then, we hit May, June, July. I'm down 80%. She's like, how you feeling about it now? And I'm like, I'm still feeling good about it. And then, we got a bunch of content creators coming out, 2 to 5 cent prediction by the end of the year. And I'm like, okay, like, am I the crazy one? Like, what's going on? Here's what I'll say. And really, I'm not going to put out a time frame because obviously it all depends on when Ecomi rolls out XYZ in their master plan.
Yeah.
I think that with the move to immutable, with the introduction of the money transmitter license, with OMI to NFT, with the Veveverse, with OMI to land, with a listing on Binance or Coinbase, and with mass adoption, including people coming in, the NFLPA being confirmed, possibly even Pokemon being confirmed, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that we could hit $1 by the end of 2022. Now, with that being said, before everyone, $1 confirmed, oh my God, what's going on? It's crazy. Remember, when I talk about it from a numbers perspective, okay, guys, understand, and I've made comparison videos to Hex on my channel. I've made comparison videos to Dogecoin and what the Master Collector program may have as an implication to the price. When we're talking about price, and I'm sure a lot of you understand this, but for some of you that, just may not realize, when we're talking about a price, we're talking about what is a possible market cap, right? So when I say $1, understand that with the current circulating supply, we're talking about a $296 billion market cap in order to hit $1.
That's much.
With the maximum circulating supply. Now understand that when I say that puts the OMI token firmly in the third position out of every cryptocurrency that exists in the space, only behind Ethereum and Bitcoin. Cardano might be getting close to it, but it top 3, top 4. Okay.
Well, that's the max circulating supply.
That's the max circulating supply.
It's only at 217.
Exactly.
It's still an insane amount, but
it's still an insane amount. So even at the current circulating supply, we'd have to have a $217 billion market cap with the current circulating supply for OMI to be $1. Now, am I saying that is an impossible number to hit? No, I'm not. And I want to make that very clear. But understand a couple factors. And I may go off on a little bit of a tangent here, Randy. I apologize, but I'm very excited about it. So when we're talking about market cap, that is the amount of money that's in the space invested into the token relative to the circulating supply. That gives you your price per token, okay? So when we say a $1 OMI token, that is $1 for 217 billion tokens, which gives you a $217 billion market cap. So do I think that we'll hit a $217 billion market cap in the next 12 months? No, I don't. I'm just going to be honest and say that it's just not. Anyone that thinks that it does, I'm sorry, it's just not going to happen. It's not realistic. It's hopeful, but it's not realistic. So what we need to understand when we're talking about these issues is what are the catalysts that could either change the market cap or the circulating supply of the token? Because those two factors are what are going to give you the price of the individual token. So we know that a market cap of $217 billion is probably not realistic in the next 12 to 18 months. But what is realistic? The reduction of the circulating supply. How are we going to go about reducing that circulating supply? Well, we know already. We're going to have staking the Master Collector program, which removes tokens from the circulating supply. We also have heard rumors and the possibilities that burning OMI tokens, instead of just staking them, may also be a factor in contributing to Master Collector rewards. So we know those two things already. We know OMI to NFT, which will burn almost 100% of that NFT purchase minus licensor fees, will burn that from the secondary market. We know OMI to land, if you purchase land with OMI in the Veveverse, 100% of that will burn from the circulating supply. Billions. There are so many catalysts that will reduce the circulating supply that hitting a $217 billion market cap is maybe not realistic, but I think hitting somewhere in the ballpark of a $100 billion market cap is realistic. It's a 100x market cap from where we are
like
currently.
46 cents, something like that.
46 cents, yeah, with a $217 billion circulating supply, or 217 billion token circulating supply. But I also think that it's not out of the realm of possibility that we could lock up at least 50% of the current tokens in circulation, either by straight up burns, whether it be OMI to NFT or the Veveverse burns, or as utility for the master collector program. Like you said, you would have absolutely no problem locking up the vast majority of your 100 million for master collector right now, and you would burn 10 million just for land. I'm sure there's a ton of people that are invested in the project that share a similar sentiment, albeit maybe with less tokens. But, and I've run the numbers on my channel on several different videos. I like that. Dom Toretto confirmed. Fast and the Furious actually is a license. So Dom Toretto probably is confirmed, to be honest with you. So good call, Brendan. Yeah. But, you know, I think it's realistic. And like Randy said, it'd be about 46 cents with a 217 billion circulating supply and 100 billion market cap. I think to hit a 100 billion market cap is reasonable and realistic when you think about the use case and utility of the token, the mainstream adoption that the application will get, and the fact that you do not need to have people that are native or even understand cryptocurrency to invest in the token itself. My mom will buy collectibles. My dad will buy collectibles. Your colleagues who don't give a crap about your SafeMoon investment or whatever will buy collectibles because they resonate with them, they understand them, and it's bloody easy to do it. You download an app on your phone, you have your credit card information already inputted if you use Google or Android, you double click, you use your thumbprint, you use your face, you buy your gems in 30 seconds and you buy your collectible. It's easy. And once we start to see the adoption of the application mainstream, we will see so many more people invest in the app or in the token because it's accessible through bigger exchanges. It's on the Ethereum network, which makes it easier as well. It can be listed more places. All of those catalysts combined with the reduction in circulating supply from all of the aforementioned reasons, I think if Dogecoin, which is based, no offense to anyone that's invested in Dogecoin, but based purely off of social sentiment and one or two tweets from Elon Musk every now and again, if that can hit a $90 billion market cap with 130 billion circulating supply, which is what got it to about 78 cents or whatever it was at its peak, there is no reason realistically that with all of the catalysts that I've mentioned and ones that we don't even know about yet, that we could not see 50% of the circulating supply. Bear in mind that Cardano has 70% locked up. And I think Hex has like 80 or 90, or Hex only has 10% locked up. It's Alluvium has like 80 or 90% locked up in staking.
Yeah.
There's no reason why our project can't see that amount locked up, especially when you give incentive, not just, hey, here's OMI back, but hey, here's XYZ in the app, early access to this, discount on that, whatever. Like there's a million things that they could offer as incentives. There is no reason why we cannot hit a $100 billion market cap. And even with 50% of our circulating supply reduced of what it currently is, we would hit $1.
Yeah. And the 10 million I was saying about, I was burning that just from buying land. That, you know, that's burning, that's great. But yeah, locking up staking, I told you I have no issue doing 1 million OMI per week of staking. So I would have a full year of circulating supply that OMI. This way, every single week, it's something, because we have multiple drops each week. And at some point, I'll have to pick and choose. Do I want this comic early access, or I want this collectible early access? And then luckily, I'm in that position where I could do that. I could lock up 50 million OMI, still have like 40-ish million OMI left after I burn, you know, that 10 million OMI for the land. Bunch of people like me are going to do that, because I guarantee you the whales that, you know, have several hundred million or a billion OMI, blocking up 100 million OMI is nothing for them, because they would still could sell 100 million. They could burn, you know, 200. Yeah, it's ridiculous how much people are gonna make. Did we partner with Fortnite? Or no, that's
No,
when that card was available.
not to my knowledge. Although
All right.
I think it would be massive if they did.
Yeah.
So.
Did you share what you do for a living on stream yet?
No, not yet, and I don't mind sharing it.
Oh,
I am a bylaw enforcement officer. So in Canada, it's classified as municipal law enforcement officer. It's not policing per se, but I enforce within my municipality. So the city that I live in, I enforce like COVID regulations when it comes to gatherings for businesses and individuals. Noise complaints, violations under other municipal. We call them bylaws, but you would probably call them ordinances. So yeah, that's what I do for a living. So I work shift work. So that's why you'll see me some days commenting on things at 2:00 in the morning, and other days I'm commenting on them at 5:30 in the morning because I'm all over the map. But I love what I do. I'm very fortunate that it gives me the flexibility with shift work to spend a lot of time doing research on my days off. I work 7 out of every 14 days, and I work with a great group of individuals who are honestly, I think I'm on a platoon of 10, and I think 8 of them are invested in OMI. And the other 2, we're like, you know what? Please don't even invest at this point, because when the rest of the department retires, we just want you guys to have to work even harder. So we're good. We're good. We got the people that we need to invest in, and they were happy with investing, and it made me feel really good. Just on an aside, you realize the relationships that you develop with people, and they had heard me talking about OMI and whatever, and the people that I have in my life, I really value them. I'm not, I don't have a ton of friends. I don't go out and hang out a lot. I'm very, a pretty reserved person, but the amount of people that came up to me and they're like, hey, yes, it'll be my fault if it doesn't work out, like their own fault if it doesn't work out, but you think that this is a good idea. And it's like, yeah, as a friend, like not talking to you as like financial advice, but just like a friend to a friend, like I believe in this. Like I like wholeheartedly with all of my heart believe in this. And I have the skin in the game to show that I truly believe in it. And they're like, yeah, that's good enough for me. And like that meant a lot to me that, people that I value and trust their opinion and respect were like, hey, this makes sense to you. And I'm like, it does. And they're like, yeah, it's good enough for me. And like I said, I have a couple buddies that have invested, relative to how much money we make, right? Like like we're talking like a year's salary almost, just in this. And so it's exciting. And it is fun, especially living in Canada. Like I said, with the dollar differential, it's interesting because when I go to invest, it's like I said, it's like 25% more expensive relative. So like, I'll see a coin at 20, but I'm really buying it at 27, right? Because it's like the differential. So it's cool. And I love what I do, but I've also enjoyed, starting YouTube just to get to talk to people. How awesome is it that, and I mean, for me, just like a fanboy moment to be able to have this opportunity with you, you know what I mean? Like I said, you're just such a genuine personality within the community. And I mean, everyone, like there's like, if you don't like Randy, like what's wrong with you? You know what I mean? Like you're just such a genuine guy. And you put in all the effort to like, let everyone in the community know, like, hey, here's what's up, like 2 times a day. Like you take the time, like you're retired, that you're going to be a multi-millionaire. Like you don't need to quote unquote waste your time with this. Like, you know what I mean? But the fact that you're still like, yeah, I want to take my time every single day to make the community feel involved and welcome. And I think I just try and to an extent resonate that energy and come at it maybe from a little bit of a different perspective than some of the other content creators. I'm like I said, I'm very methodical. I'm a numbers guy. So a lot of people will come up with, theories, or they'll find out some information, and then I'll try and take that extra step and say, well, here's what that information could look like if it was applied to our investment. And I think it's great. I think we have a bunch of great content creators in the community that do a great job. So I just kind of take a back seat and kind of jump in whenever I get an opportunity. So yeah,
no, it's a lot of fun. And I think there's a fine line between saying like, oh, hey, you're into it, and you have some skin in the game, that's cool, that makes me feel easier about going in, versus me at the like super far end of the spectrum. It's like, okay, so I didn't know you had this much money and you're putting all your eggs into one basket. Like I feel like people get like sticker shock. People are like, okay, that's not smart. Every investor everywhere says like you shouldn't do this. Like
Yeah.
I know, but this is just how I made my money. Like how I
Yeah.
Tesla, Pokemon, and now this. Um, but I do think some of the the fandom or like just friends. Again, I do this not because I want to try to make $1 million on YouTube. Although I think eventually I have a couple of really cool interviews lined up with Dan Schawbel and I have this guy Henry Pagliuca on Sunday who's got as much OMI as I do, and I have having you on here today, kicking ass on the AMA the other day on that Twitter space with them.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. But yeah, this guy Henry Pagliuca's got he's got I don't know how many sets he has, but all of his sets are like each collectible is under 100. Like the mint is it's bananas, and it's I hope he has as many sets as me. I have like 30 sets, but even if he only has 20 sets, like still like that's so much with those types of mint numbers. And I also feel like it doesn't feel like work. Like it's fun. Like especially doing podcasts, having conversations with people. It's exciting, and I get to hear other people's perspectives. But then again, like I do this because I just want to talk about it. I started YouTube because nobody else was talking about Pokemon sales data. And I just wanted to talk about it. I got a tiny little audience. It grew. Earth 2 came, then this came. And this just happens to be, I was one of the early YouTubers with this, saying like, oh, this is where this could go. And I just like talking about it. And my friends, they haven't said anything yet, but I'm pretty sure they're like, all right, Chavez, like, enough with the OMI, enough with the Veve. Like it's too much. Every other word is, oh, hey, look at the, but people here, they don't seem to get tired of it. They like it. So I feel like the same way I did when I was first working at East Village Green Animal Hospital, where I was like the weird one. It's like, oh, he's really obsessed with animals, and like, yeah, like dogs and cats are cool, but he's like really obsessed with them. And then everyone there was like me, like, oh, hey, they can't get enough of dogs and cats. They're doing this for a living. And I kind of feel the same way here. It's pretty nice. It's pretty legit. I'm climbing the ladder with 3 rares. Very nice. What is the? I know that you said kind of regret signing the Spider-Man. Is there any other things that like got away? Like you could have had it, you didn't buy it, and then now it's up here.
Maybe the Dragon Girl, the Simone Lagno Dragon Girl. I don't even think I went for the drop, to be honest with you. I think that drop, I was like, okay, it's a statue, like cool, like why would I care about this? And now it's worth like several $1,000s. So I think that maybe I will say that I've done basically every drop since the second week of April. I wasn't aware of Clockgate. I wasn't in the community. It's funny, Crypto Neon just mentioned Clockgate as I was mentioning it as well. Like I wasn't aware of it. I wasn't tied in with the community kind of like that. I was kind of doing my own thing, just researching on the back end. And unfortunately, it was one of the things I didn't come across. I think I missed out on a lot of opportunities for some of those collectibles had I known about that. But I mean, hindsight's 2020, right? Like, and I try not to get too caught up in being like, oh darn, like I could, because I mean, I saw someone post a statistic. I think it was Jay, who has quite a bit of OMI in his own right. I think he's got like 136 million. He posted earlier in your comments. He's like, if you had invested $10,000, like in January of this year into OMI, you'd have like $1.7 million or something. Like just with the growth that it's had. So like it's easy to say like in hindsight, like, oh damn, like I wish that I had invested earlier because I could have had this opportunity. And my wife kind of tries to get me out of that. Cause like it started with, let's get 1 million OMI, and then 1 million OMI turned into 2, and then two turned into 5, and then 5 turned into 10. And now I have 14, and I'm kind of tapped out at this point just because like A, I have no more money, and B, I just, short of doing some nefarious things like putting, maxing out my credit cards and stuff, which I definitely wouldn't recommend. Like I just don't have any more to invest. But I think that, we could be sitting down having this conversation September 22nd, 2022. And you could ask me that same question, and there'd be a ton of people in the chat that said, man, I wish that I had found that project back in 2021. I wish that I had had that opportunity before it hit 5 cents, 10 cents,
Yeah.
You know, hey, we're at 20 cents now. When did you buy in? Oh, I remember buying it during the dip at 0.002. And people are going to be like, wow, you know what I mean? So it's relative. So I try and put things into perspective and say, you know what? 40,000 wallets filled with OMI, like we're still so darn early that, it's easy to say coulda, woulda, shoulda. I just try and be happy with the amount that I have. But when I don't, and I probably already know this, I'm gonna feel silly for asking. When did you first get in? When did you make your first investment in OMI?
It was March or April. I actually don't know when. It was March. It was at 0.007, between that and 0.008, around there. And I saw Andre Jick's video, and he put in $150,000 at about a little under a penny.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, well, if it was up to like 1.3 pennies and now it's down here, like this gone down like 40 something percent. Like, this is probably a pretty good time to buy. And then it went down to 0.005. It's like, okay, well, I liked it there. I love it here. And then it kept going down, and I just kept liquidating things and buying more all the way down to 0.0014. And I actually just put on my my last thing that I have, my last big Pokemon card.
Oh, wow.
It's not even a card. It's
a box. Yeah.
Yeah. It's honestly, this is worth $35,000, but I can't find a buyer for it. So I was like 29, like someone.
Wow.
Yeah. And just so I could buy more, because I am having fear of FOMO. And Daniel down there says that you'll find the contract for the Veve token if you check out John Brug's Twitter. And it does. It looks like there's an OMI token and a Veve token. I don't know if they're going to change the name.
Yeah, I don't.
Do you think they're going to do that?
So I had heard conversations of a mention that they may change the name when they change blockchains to make it, the Veve app, the Veve token, make it synonymous.
Yeah.
I don't know that that's necessary, and I don't know that it will happen for, the OMI token is right now primarily used for the Veve app, but we know that they're adding other use cases and utility in for it. And it may never be specifically for the Veve app itself. Like we don't know, right? Like they could originally, when they had planned this back in 2017, they had like 5 different products that they were using. One of them was a secure wallet, which they came out with. And then one was a card, like a debit card almost, that you could like earn OMI and burn OMI, like it'd get converted and it would get spent. So, in one respect, I see the logic behind changing the OMI token to the Veve token, because you use the Veve token in the Veve app, and like, simpletons who know nothing about crypto, which is perfectly fine.
Yeah.
They can look at it and go, oh, okay, this makes sense. I spend this, and, and Fortnite has V-Bucks and COD has COD points. So like Fortnite, like a V-Buck has nothing to do with Fortnite. Like you wouldn't associate the two. And then COD points you would associate with COD. So like, you know what I mean? And then I think Rocket League has, I don't remember what it's called. So I think it could work either way. I think you might confuse some people if you rename the token, like people that have been looking into it and then it changes names. So like, is this a different project now? What happened there? And in turn, I could see for marketing purposes, it might be good as well. But will it happen? I don't know.
Yeah. So, is there any Rip Curls? Is there any chance, any negative things going down to 0.003? I think if Immutable X is delayed again, or if BBverse says it come out in December, they might delay till Q1 of next year. Well, even then, because by December we should already be so high. But I think the only chance we go down that 0.003 level again really is if Immutable X is delayed. What about you? Any chance we get down there? What do you think could go back?
Yeah, like you said, I think something would have to happen in the overall crypto market. Like we're talking like crazy regulation in the US, depending on what gets passed in Congress, and a bunch of FUD comes out, or continues to come out in relation to the Evergrande situation in China. Like it would have to be the entire cryptocurrency market took a hit. And even then we saw that yesterday. I think Bitcoin was down 11% and OMI was still up 8%. Like I think it would have to be, a catalyst of that combined with like some serious delays, or I heard someone I want to say it was, and Lori, I've seen that you've commented a couple times in the chat. So yes, I do debate with Dark Energy, your husband, there quite a bit on Twitter. I think it might not have been him, but someone said, you know that the MTL is never coming, right? And no, it is coming. I don't know why you would ever think that it isn't. It's been delayed, sure, but like it's a global money transmitter license. Like you don't just get it because you ask for it. Like there's a ton of like information and stuff that you have to submit to different jurisdictions. You have to make sure that it's compliant in all these cases. So I think if MTL got delayed, no information came out about the Veveverse, and then some other companies sprung up and said, hey, we actually have the Pokemon license. And then Veve had to come out and go, yeah, you know what? You're right. We don't have Pokemon. Yeah. I think if all of those things happen, we might see, a price drop. But I mean, even with everything that's been going on in the market as a whole, like the 5.0 level, which was a resistance for the last like 3 months, we had almost hit it with the Marvel news. We'd almost hit it with a couple other things. And then, it's become a support level. So, I mean, to drop, what would that be? 60%, I guess, down to 0.3. Like, is it possible? Yes. But I mean, you would like the second it drops anywhere into the fours again, you got a bunch of people jumping on board to load up. So it would need to be a big enough catalyst to scare a ton of people away. And I mean, a ton of people. And then for people that are already invested, they're like, no, this is the make or break for me. I'm out and I'm not buying back in. So I think for me, that would be it. You though, do you see that happening or?
Probably not. I don't think they would have come out and say end of September, early October, unless it was almost a for sure thing.
Yeah.
But as it goes up, I don't really plan to take profit for a while, but if I do, some of the things that I have looked into that I don't even want to do for profit, just for fun, like Axie's Infinity and Illuvium, where Laura's been talking about that. She's been talking about that for like a couple months now.
Yeah.
And if I would have bought in when she would have said that, I would have like quadrupled my money easily. I didn't because I really only like to do one thing at a time. But if we don't have play to earn, which I don't know if would be a good thing or not, I'm not going to say. But if we don't have it, I do want to try games that are play to earn. I do want to go into like Axie Infinities or Illuvium and just go and see like, hey, what's this about? Just because I do think that can be a really big thing for the future. I think that can be something, as you cash out eventually, what would you go into? Any investments right now? Would you go into just like real estate, just paying off the house?
Yeah, like I would have to see how the play to earn market shakes up. Like I have to be honest with you, like I feel like, and I know a couple of the content creators, I know Taps, Hello K, a couple other people have covered the Axie Infinity. Like I feel like it's already so out of reach. It won't be for your level of OMI. Like you could probably just drop 100K on it if you wanted, just for the lulls. Like eventually when you go to take profit. But yeah. I just feel like it. Like, I feel like I've heard a lot of people say like you need like a minimum of $6,000 just to kind of get like a starter set to get anywhere with it. And then you got to dedicate the time to actually play it as a play to earn game. And I guess there's the breeding aspect as well. And then Illuvium, which I've heard quite a bit about from a few people. And I think Kyle Wilson has done some videos on it. I think Poor Man Printing has done some videos on it as well. It sounds promising as well. But even then, like, is there room to grow? Of course. I actually ironically looked into investing in Illuvium last night. I have a leverage position open with OMI on Ascendex for 1.5 million OMI on 5x leverage, and I'm up $2,500 or something like that. So I'm just nice. I'm just making some money on that. Like I think my opening was like 37, and obviously we're up in the 50s right now. So I'm up, and I had another one that I opened earlier at 0.0029 and then took some profit as well. So I think I've made 4 or 5K off of leverage on OMI in the last month. I think what I might do, and I actually, Lori, you can let your husband know. I think I messaged him. He may have messaged me back. I haven't checked my phone yet, but I looked last night. I was like, you know what? So many people have just been heckling me about Illuvium. I'm just going to drop a couple grand into it because it is either going to explode and I can be like, thanks guys, or it's going to go like that. And I'm going to say, yeah, there you go. Should have stayed invested in OMI. So either way, I was going to be happy with it. And so I went to buy it on gate.io, and like I can't use it in Canada. It won't let me buy anything in Canada. So I was like, oh, okay, whatever. So I go to bed last night at like 10:30, 11 or whatever. And I was like, oh, whatever. I'll look into it tomorrow. What's the worst that could happen? Friggin' thing gets announced on Binance today. Jumps up like 30%. And I was like, well, dang, like apparently I should have looked into it more last night. So yeah, I don't know. I think for me, you know, I think we're developing a great community here, and the community seems to be really interested in helping everyone out. And I think if they, you know, content creators or just even anyone in the community comes across a project they think is really strong, you know, I'm inclined to listen to anyone that has an opinion on any project that's out there. That isn't just based solely upon social sentiment and hype. Like if you're trying to show me the next Safe Moon, I'm just not going to invest. It's not for me. I'm not interested. I've been there, done that. And yeah, like if you come to, you know, with me with a project and you think it has a valid use case and whatever, I'll look into it. And if I think it's good and I have some money that, you know, I've made off of OMI, I'll definitely diversify into some other cryptos for sure. And I think beyond that, you know, traditional investments, maybe, you know, some into stocks. I'll have to hit up some more taps trades videos, get some information on that. And then, you know, real estate maybe as well. But I'll be honest, like I want investments that work for me and not investments that I have to work for. That doesn't really interest me. So like, if I invest in something, but then I got to put a ton of work into it, like similarly to real estate, like if I have to be a landlord and I got to paint in the, you know what tenant, I got to like do all that, like that doesn't really interest me. So yeah, we'll see. Like even if I shouldn't say even if OMI hits $1 and I don't sell anything before $1, I'll have 14 million US dollars, which after taxes, how it works in Canada is you pay capital gains. So you get taxed on 50% of the profit that you make, but you get taxed 30%. So off of $14 million, I'd actually make somewhere in the ballpark of 17.5 to 18 million. And I'd get taxed $3.5 to $4 million. So essentially how it works for me is it's almost break even. So the USD equivalent is how much money I come out with after taxes. So 14 million American is essentially 14 million Canadian. So will I have some money to diversify with at that point? For sure. But once again, like if I can retire and not have to work too hard and, you know, invested in 4 to 6% a year and just kind of guaranteed to make money, my house is paid off, my kids' education and you know, future is taken care of, you know, we'll see what comes up. But I'm definitely, am I taking $14 million and doing another YOLO like you did with OMI?
No.
Probably not.
This is the last time I'm doing something like this. So, I'm not saying I won't put, you know, a quarter or $500,000 into something else. But at that time, when I have like $10 million, you know, it's not as much. I can afford to at that time lose that and not have to go back to work.
Yeah.
As far as Fanny's saying, I haven't convinced anyone to go like all in, get like 100 million, but I have convinced several people to get a couple million. So in total, yeah, I have contributed to people getting an additional 20 million, give or take. Says her husband loves debating you.
He does. Yeah.
But I don't know how to send the link to your channel, but just the YouTube channel is just called
Foster Hilt.
Yeah,
you can just anyone that's curious, yeah, you can just look up my name and it should pop up for you. Yeah.
No community only goes to zero. I don't know about that. I mean, I still think we're very strong enough, and we don't. I'm glad we have the sense of community, and I think that really does bring us together, and that's part of the reason why I'm so bullish on it. But even without it, if everyone's just like, oh yeah, I think this is good, I don't think it would ever go to zero. I think that.
Yeah, no, I don't think it would ever go to zero. I think that the community encourages people to stay in, but at the same time, like you're going to see this project. And if you know nothing about the community, you see the value proposition behind it, you're still going to invest in it at the end of the day, because when you see everything that they have coming up and where they're going to end up in the next couple of years, like you don't need to know anything about the community to know that this token is going to the moon, in my opinion. So, but I do understand what you're saying. Community is a huge part, and I am very happy to be a part of the community. But I agree with Randy. I don't think the token would kind of die off without it. So,
would you ever do? Well, I guess a couple of things. Would you be interested? Like, I'm hosting a New York party. Dan Lee's hosting a Tulsa, Oklahoma party. Would you be interested in doing like a 15 cent or 30 cent like Canada party, And like where in like Toronto or Vancouver?
Yeah, totally. So I live in Ottawa, which is like the nation's capital, a smaller city. So I don't know whether you've heard of it. Like we do have professional sports teams, or at least hockey team. But I'm about 4 hours drive, a 4-hour drive, about a 30-minute flight east of Toronto. So fairly close. And yeah, no, definitely. I would absolutely love to do something like that. I actually had a couple people on socials the other day hitting me up, and there was one guy that lives in Montreal, and he's like, hey, I'm in Ottawa every second weekend if you ever want to like have a get together and whatever. So I know there's a lot of stereotypes out there about Canadians being very friendly and living in igloos and all that stuff. And so some are true, some are not. But yeah, like we're all a very welcoming and inviting community to begin with. And yeah, I would love to have everyone up to Canada and do something. And we have our parliaments here and everything, just a bunch of beautiful scenery, mountains, everything. So yeah, no, I would love to do something like that. And I am fully intending and planning on attending as many of the gatherings as I can. I can't remember who voted on it, but I think Daniel Lee, in one of his polls, he wanted to do Vegas for a meetup.
Yeah, a 20 to 25 cent party for there.
Yeah. So I told my wife, I said, yeah, like I'm going to go to Vegas with everyone. And she said, you're not going to Vegas without me. And I said, okay, well, you have a VV account, you're welcome to, but I think she's afraid I'd probably lose it all at the poker table or something. So that's fair. So yeah, no, I definitely would definitely consider. And then of course, if anyone is interested in doing something like that, like I said, a lot of OMI homies up in Canada. Shout out to everyone that is in Canada invested in the project. And I mean, it doesn't even have to necessarily be in Ottawa, but yeah, definitely a party in Canada would be a lot of fun. And I think it's just going to be really cool to, especially with the coronavirus, the Rona, with what's going on with the world right now. It'll be interesting to be able to get together in person with these people that we've interacted with online and developed rapport and relationships with, and just be able to be excited about all of these events. And of course, getting the team involved. Reese is living up in Canada right now as well, like getting Trevor, everyone together, hopefully even being able to get Dan and David to come out and just having a big celebration. And I think going back to the community aspect, I don't think the token would ever go to zero without the community, but I think that the token has, a much higher likelihood of growing even higher with the community, because, a FUD piece comes out and people get concerned about their investment and, oh, I don't know about this, but then, Randy or Cavell or Dan or anyone comes out in the community and makes a video about it and goes, well, actually, no, you know what? You don't need to worry about this because of XYZ. And that community and the trust that people have in the content creators in the community makes them feel better about it. And they go, you know what? Actually, that's not so much of a worry. And then, maybe that's why people do buy the dip versus on other projects where it's like, oh my God, it's a pump and dump. I need to sell right now. Everything, close the account, run. Like, so community, it may not stop, the community may not go to zero without it, but it'll definitely be more successful with it.
So somebody just sent me, we have the floor now of the Marvel Comics #1 at $40,000. Somebody must have bought that. And if somebody buys that, the next floor is 49,000. So this is bananas. That's literally insane. It's gone up so much.
That's crazy.
So it's flipped Donnie, because Donnie's 32. So this is the most expensive. It's flipped Donnie, which is absolutely insane. It's bananas. Thank you to Andrew for talking about that. Also, I don't know how Bert the Jerk could tell, but I was eating a chicken chipotle melt from. I don't know how he could tell that.
He's a foodie. He's a foodie. He knows. Your OMI investment. He knows his chicken melts.
Apparently it does. So, you said yours was the Lucky. That was your most expensive one, right?
So currently the most valuable collectible that my wife and I own are the secret rare Spider-Man #1 comic.
Yeah.
Technically by value, but the collectible, yeah, would probably be this. Actually, no. She has the Captain America secret rare. which was at
Oh, yeah,
800,
that's
well,
true.
which was at $800 for like 3 weeks. And now I don't know what it's at right now, but it jumped.
2,400 now.
Yeah, it jumped up. It was like at like 3K yesterday at one point. So
Yeah, well,
yeah.
and that's,
So yeah, it's hey, I'm happy to see the collectible prices kind of jump up. It's really exciting to see that, you know. I used to joke when OMI was really down in the dumps, I call it, when it was in its twos. I said, well, at least one part of my investment is doing well. So
yeah, I'd be saying. So I definitely can't wait to get to Canada. I've been to Canada once for Niagara Falls. How far away are you from there?
Niagara Falls is it's a 6-hour drive. So Niagara Falls is on the far side of Toronto.
Yeah.
So you'd have to go through Toronto to get to Ottawa if you were driving. But yeah, it's crazy actually, because Canada as a country is like, it's massive. Like to get from one side of it to the other. Like I saw a couple comments, people commenting Vancouver, people contact like Montreal and things like that. Like
Yeah.
that's like a 7-hour flight. Like it's far. And the crummy thing about Canada is because we're so big and we only have a population of like 39 million people, like everything is so much more expensive here. Like if you want to get a flight, like my wife and I were looking at it, like it is actually cheaper for us to fly from Ottawa to Europe than it is to fly from Ottawa to Vancouver. Like within
Are you kidding
country,
me?
it's actually more expensive. Yeah, because we only have like 3, or I guess 2. Like we have Air Canada, we have WestJet. Like we only have like 2 major airlines, so they can just like take you to the cleaners. You know what I mean? Because they're like, if you want to do it, you're gonna pay. You know what I mean? Whereas in the US, it's just like we talk about,
There's
competition fuels value, and it's gonna be the same thing with Veve, right? Like it's like you give all of these options available to people, and you know, the more people that have access to it, the more competitive it's going to be, and it's going to add value to the consumer. Actually, speaking of crypto, on an aside, because I realized I lied to you, I am invested in other crypto. Have you ever looked into I bought helium miners. I don't know if you heard about the helium network.
Yeah,
But
there's a bunch of people that have told me and asked me about that. I think it's like you can become a host for people mining around you or something like that. How's that going?
Yeah, so like I haven't actually gotten the miners yet. I ordered them back in like May, but the shipping window is 12 to 20 weeks, because I guess they're being manufactured in China, and they're being done like I think I'm at week 16 right now.
Oh, okay.
So we're getting close to them being shipped out, but I've seen like especially like it kind of sucks, because if I had them like 5 months ago, like people in Ottawa were making like $3,000 to $5,000 a month per hotspot. Because essentially, I guess the premise behind it, and you guys in the chat can correct me if I'm wrong, because I'll be honest, it was kind of a YOLO investment. I didn't look a ton into it, but essentially, they're classifying themselves as like the people's network. So I guess what it does is, like, instead of having to rely on like telecom providers to like give you like internet access and stuff, you have a hotspot. So it's like a node on a network, and all of those nodes connect to one another and create a coverage radius, and then you sign up for their service, I guess, or whatever. And then it's cheaper, because instead of them having to pay, you know, millions and millions of dollars to like install infrastructure, like cell towers and all this stuff, they have these that work. I think people in Ottawa right now are still making like $500 to $1,000 a month on their hotspots. And I have 3 of them coming, and they were like $600 to get a hotspot. So like if it pays itself off in a month, it's just going to be kind of residual income. And like the helium token, I think they're having there recently, but the token is still, it's like $20 a token. So like if you're earning, you know, 30 to 100 tokens a month, like it adds up, you know what I mean? So that's as far as I was willing to diversify. The rest of it right into OMI.
Like you said, having your money work for you, like that. That makes sense. Like the only reason why I would get into like realty is because this guy named Aria Realty, who's big into Earth 2, he's not big into OMI, but he likes OMI as well, participates in the drops. He just loves real estate, and he's like, yeah, listen, if you want to put up your capital, I'll put up my expertise, and we'll buy a bunch of places in Florida. I'll run it, you know, and split everything. I was like, that's fine. And then there's a place in Key West. Like if you go from New York to Miami on like a Tuesday morning, those flights could be like $90. Like it's stupid cheap.
That's crazy.
Because there's so many flights, and there's so many, you know, and again, nobody wants to go on a Tuesday morning. So so many flights, ridiculous. But there's a place called Key West in Florida. Very expensive for housing, but people, they use it to rent it out because it's like a vacation destination. So people will go and say like, hey, I run this company. Let me go and do all of the legwork, make your house like a B&B or a house vacation spot, whatever. We do the cleaning, we do everything. And all we do is we take 20% of the profits. The rest is yours. Like,
Wow.
that's fine. That's more than okay for me.
And it's 20% of profits, not 20% of like gross.
Yeah, no, 20% of the profit. Like, well, when they say like,
so let's say you rent it out for $2,000 a month, and your overhead is $1,500. You make $500. They take $100.
No, what I was saying with the profits is meaning that, hey, it costs about this much because you pay them for like the cleaning, you pay them for their services, whatever.
Yeah.
And then after that, the profit is whatever. They'll take 20% of that and they'll give you the rest. So, so you pay them for the service and they take the profit off that. I forget exactly how it works, but my friend Lou does it. He's like, yeah, it's amazing. I'm net based on like, I mean, he put like $130,000 down, but he says, yeah, like the net that he's making is still like over $1,000 a month, like net after everything, just from them renting it out. It's like, whoa, pretty legit.
Well, if OMI hits 10 cents, that's 1% of your OMI right there. just 1%, and then you can diversify. True. That's crazy.
So DJDS, these parties better not be sausage fest. I've gone over this a little bit, and why we should probably have two separate parties or like a weekend party. And I don't know if you'd want to do like a 24, 48-hour stream for these parties, but I think one part of the party on like a Friday night, I think Dan Lee said, hey, if the creators come, we'll do like a sit down dinner. We'll have some drinks. We'll be all fancy about it. And I want like hardcore partying. I want Lori Walking Feather, who has Girl Fight Club. I want to pay her to bring a bunch of girls to fight. We can bet on the fights. And I want this one. I want this one in the blue. Like, I want this one in the green hair. Go, go, go.
That has to be illegal. There's no way that's legal. I could be wrong. I
mean, I guess they sign whatever. And
but to bet on it, though, would that technically be legal, do you think?
Probably not, but we're behind closed doors. Like,
yeah, true.
Let's not make them public. But then, yeah.
Well, if we do it on a stream, though, it would be public.
Oh, that's a good point. Well, we won't bet on
we have a little ticker with odds in the corner, and it's just... FBI flies to Canada just to knock down our doors. Or CMP rides in on their horses and their igloos. And hey, what you doing over here, eh?
That'd be great. So I think there's, which Dan says like, well, I don't know if my wife or your girlfriend would be like okay with that. I was like, no, my girlfriend would head like, because she's a veterinarian, so she would head like the chemistry division of we're gonna mix this with this and we're gonna take this, and I was like, oh yeah. So I don't know about your wife if are going to participate in the after party, but we're probably going to have two parties. So yeah. DJDS, fret not, do not worry. We will have a bunch of good stuff.
Yeah, I like that.
Justin says he appreciates the long stream. Why, thank you. And would you? Oh yeah. So would you do a 24-hour or like a live stream like that, like with a bunch of us, like as me, Taps Trades, you, Tanley?
Yeah, it's totally, man. I think that'd be awesome, and I think. Yeah, that'd be interesting. And then the nice thing is like we're at 3.5 hours in this stream, and I mean, shout out to everyone that's been participating in the chat and everything. Like it makes it feel like the time flies, right? Like we really talk about community and being able to have a conversation. And I mean, for those of you that don't know, like Randy and I have never had a conversation before today.
Yeah,
like this is the first time we've ever spoken, but it's just like when you talk about things that you're excited and passionate about and you share a similar interest, it's just like you get hyped up and you feed off of each other. Like I could go all day. Like, yeah, for sure. I think that would be awesome, and see about getting some prizes thrown in from Akomi or whatever, and yeah, I think it would be great. We could even look at getting sponsors or whatever, and yeah, no, I think it's gonna be great. I think people underestimate the size that a lot of the content creators are going to grow to as the community starts to get larger. I think similarly to how you're going to see a parabolic rise in the growth of the token in the app, I think you're also going to see the social aspect grow as well. And I think it shows. I mean, right now, I think Taps is probably the biggest consistent OMI YouTuber by subscriber count at about 10K. And you're about half of that. I think Daniel Lee's just underneath you. I think Poor Man's a little below that. And then Cavell's up at about 8K. And then I think there's a bunch of, us, B-list YouTubers who enjoy making content. Niall Ballantyne, who does absolutely great work, Non-Fungible Wonderful, all the guys on the collectible side, and then I think me, who has, whatever, I haven't checked recently, but I think I had about 700 subscribers. And I think it's great because I think we share a lot of our subscribers, like in our communities. Like I think a lot of people that are subscribed to you are probably subscribed to Dan, who are subscribed to, Cavell and whatever. And I think as the community as a whole starts to grow, I think we'll really start to see more people come in, and it'll just be interesting. Like I really look forward to being able to look back in a year on some of our videos and look back on them and even do like a live react. Like, hey, remember when that Foster and Randy guy said that it could hit $1 at the end of the year and it's 2 cents right now? Those guys are idiots. Like it's going to be, or we're going to look back on it and sitting. And I think Veve Vault earlier today put out a tweet and it said some of the content creators and who they would be. And I would be Superhero? Professor X. And
I'd get Wolverine. It's like,
and you Wolverine, and just be funny to like dress up as those characters when OMI hits $1 and just, it's just going to be so fun. There's just so many things that we can bring together with the community. It's going to be great.
I think Niall Ballantyne's going to live stream his tattoo because if he got 1,000 subscribers before the end of the year, so I forget where. I think it's on one of his thighs that it's going on. I can't wait for that. That's good. I also said I'm going to have an Orlando party at maybe 35, 40 cents or whatever, where whoever goes, I'm going to pay for their OMI tattoo. If they get so. Do you have any tattoos?
I do not. No. Interesting. Would I be willing? Do I get to pick it and you pay for it, or you get to pick it and pay for it?
Yeah, no, I'm not getting I'm not making pay for an entire back piece that says OMI. Yeah. But if it's if it's something on your shoulder, on your leg, it could be as small or as I don't want to.
No, but and what I'm saying is I have no interest in getting a tattoo. I consider it if I got to pick it and it was small. What I'm saying is if you're I'll pay for it, but you have to get a full back tattoo, I'd probably.
Oh no, yeah, you could pick whatever you want.
Yeah. You know what? I'd consider getting the for Ecomi, how they have the circle with the little stars or whatever, kind of makes up the OMI token. I'd consider getting that maybe. I think that would be cool. But you said it 35, 40 cents. Yeah, I could be retired by then. It'd be a retirement present to myself. I could maybe swing. I could swing my way around getting something like that, I think. What are you going to do? I'm curious. So purely hypothetical, OMI has a parabolic rise. And when I say parabolic, I mean within a month, it goes from 7 cents to 70 cents. And we saw it happen with Dogecoin earlier this year. What do you do at that point? Because you have all these parties plans for when we hit these specific mile markers. What happens if we hit them before you get a chance to do a party? How do we combine them all to make a super party?
We would have to go and I don't know. We'd have to pick. Maybe we do multiple. No, I don't. I would say we would do multiple parties and just live stream them all together, people in Vegas, people in New York, people in London. But
interesting.
No, we would have to do what I think we. How some people for New Year's, they rent out a plane or they buy a plane and they celebrate New Year's in every single time zone.
Oh, dang.
I think what we should do is we should rent out a huge plane, a bunch of us, and then just go a trip around the world. Oh, we're in we start in New Zealand and then we go to China and then we go Japan, and then we just have a 2 week or a month party. We might die. Our livers would not be able to handle that. Some people have kids, some people, but I think if at 50 cents, I'm pretty sure most people are going to be retired here. At least, but also for me, that's, that's $50-70 million. That's.
Oh, you could own your own plane. You could you wouldn't even have to rent out the plane. You could just buy the plane. Hey guys, hop on the Chavez mobile. You're good. We're.
Tim HNC, if I'll be here, I will at least hold some OMI for probably forever. Even my NFTs that I only have one of, I do want to make it when I go redo my will, saying that is going to be my land will turn into a museum, and all my NFTs. I hope to complete the first season at some point, and have all of them. Okay, so that'll be a museum. Here's the original first season NFTs. It's going to cost me another 80 grand to do so, mostly because of Donnie. But if I can trade him for Donnie, that I can do that. But yeah, I think that's what we would probably do if we had that meteoric rise. I would say we all get like a giant plane and we stop on each destination for like several hours. You know, go to a bar, have a drink, and
or what about like not even a plane? What about a cruise? Like if we rented out a cruise?
Oh,
Because that gives you the access to the alcohol, gives you access to destinations. Like I know I did a back in the day, I think back in 2013, I think my wife and I did a 23-day cruise from Los Angeles, California to Sydney, Australia.
yeah.
And we stopped in like French Polynesia. So we went to like Bora Bora, Moorea, Tahiti, Suva, Fiji, like all these places.
Nice.
And we ended up in Sydney. So like that'd be cool if we could do like I mean, booze cruise doesn't even sound like the right term for it. It's an annihilation station. I don't know, but it would be interesting. I just wanted to touch just before we touch on the next thing for that last donation that you had for Tim, because I think he brings up a good point. It may take till 2030 for OMI to hit $1. It may take longer. OMI may never hit $1, right? Like these are all possibilities on the spectrum.
If that supply gets burned, or if that circulating supply gets burned so quickly, we might not even need to hit $1 just to get a giant. Or no, maybe that's the opposite way. Yeah, that's the opposite way. I'm sorry. I was thinking like we might not need to be able to hit $1 if there was more token unlocks, but there's not going to be that much more.
No, I think there's two token unlocks left.
Yeah.
For about, I guess, 37 billion tokens, I think, because it's 18.75 per. So they're coming. But I agree with you, Tim. Like I said, like it's fun to have this conversation because it gets you excited. But you're right. Like from a realistic perspective, it could take until 2030 for OMI to hit $1. So will I still be here in 9 years? Well, my question to you is, and I'm not going to say how much money I invested, but hypothetically, if someone invested $100,000 into the stock market at 6% interest per year over the next 10 years, how much money would they have left at the end of the 10 years if they didn't touch it? Mm-hmm. And then tell me how much OMI you would have if you dollar cost averaged to 0.005 and $100,000 worth of OMI, and how much OMI would be worth if it hit $1 in 10 years.
Yeah.
And when you come up with that number, you'll understand that once again, I don't want to work for my investment. I want my investment to work for me. And on top of that, who are the people that are working for me and what are they going to accomplish? So I don't need to do anything. I could go into a coma for the next 8 years and wake up and be a multi-millionaire. And I didn't have to do a single thing about it besides sit here and wait for Alfred Archon, who is a pioneer in his space, David Yu, who is also a pioneer in licensing and who owns companies and has been successful for the last 20 years, Dan Carruthers, Trevor Dietz, the whole team, Reese on the comms, Alex, Noah, everyone. Like, what do I have to do? What do I have to worry about? I have said this publicly before, and I will say it publicly again. Short of the entire team passing away, God forbid, there is no situation in which I see the OMI token not hitting $1 by the end of this decade. You cannot present me with a rational argument that would lead me to believe otherwise. And if you can, at OG Omi Homie on Twitter, at Foster Hilt on YouTube, I will make a video on it. I will bow to you. I will whatever it takes. You're not, if you can convince me of that, and I'll be open-minded, like I'll listen to what you have to say. But if the biggest argument that you can come up with is, well, whales own too much tokens right now, and well, the MTL hasn't come and they're behind on some of the stuff that they're going to release. Okay, that's fine. Go and invest in something else and come back to me in a year and we'll see where we're at. And I'm fine with that. So yes, to answer your question, Tim, you're right. It could take that long and it may take that long, but even if it would, is that a bad thing? And I would say, given that we're at half a penny right now, if you could tell me that I could 200x my money in 10 years, I would take that over 6% in the stock market every day of the week.
Yeah, I'd take that over triple that in the stock market. I'd like, yeah, it's ridiculous, bananas. So also, when you said that I go into a coma, it came up on my Facebook memories the other day. Somebody, I don't know what type of dark place I was in 2017, but somebody said like, what would you do if you had like 5 days left to live? And I commented like, put myself into a 4-day coma. Like, it's just I would wake up and just like I don't know. I thought you ever share any of those like super dark memes on Facebook, or you ever have any like that emo phase when you're like 15?
Yeah, like back in the day, I'll see like Facebook and it'll be like your recent memories, and I'll be like, ooh, this one might not have aged well.
Yeah, at times. So yeah, in David Yu's Chinese interview said he'd be changing light bulbs in the Veveverse houses. Do you think we could buy up all the light bulbs and corner the light bulb market? Would that be a strategy? Like if there's a certain amount of stuff, what would you want to corner? What market? I mean, I'm clearly trying to do the Stalinas on the unicorn.
I think any market that you're going to try and buy up would be a market that other people need to want to purchase, right? So like at the end of the day, like Ron English as an example, great artist, has released some cool pieces on Veve, but how many people does he have following him religiously to the point where they are willing to spend XYZ amount on his collectibles? And then what is the resale market for that collectible, regardless of its scarcity? Will it be worth that value? So I think anything that you can relate to and that you believe has a community that will try and acquire that amount or that item based on whatever it is you're selling. Yeah, I think that you could definitely look at cornering. But what you also have to remember is that the community is smart. And the second they see an item starting to go up, they're raising the floor value. And I kind of poked fun at Randy there last week when he made a comment on Twitter about wanting to buy up a certain collectible. And I said, well, now that you made it public, I think anyone else that's going to see that, they're not going to undercut it anymore, right? Because they know there's a supply and there's a demand. And if the supply outweighs the demand, you're never going to get the money that you want for it. But if the demand outweighs the supply, well, then yeah. So you don't even have to corner a market in the sense of, hey, you need to own all of it, but you could own a percentage of a specific item. But even then, you look at, you said someone owns like 12 Donnies. I think at one point they owned like 30 or 40. There's only 150 Donnies. They own 10% of them. But Donnie is still worth less now than the Secret Rare Marvel comic #1. Why is that? Because it's Secret Rare Marvel comic #1. It's Marvel, baby. Like, people want that and they'll pay for it because there's 10 million people that want Marvel comic #1. I mean, I think Donnie's cool, but even if I had the money, I'm probably not spending $30,000 on Donnie because it's just not as important. So it really depends on the item that you're looking to corner. But I think if you have enough money, you could make a good run on it for sure.
Yeah, same. And I guess, Brendan, now, so we stand corrected. Doge went from 0.003 to 74 cents in a year. I think, what else did that? Someone else did that recently. Like, they went up on a giant parabolic rise. I think maybe it was Illuvium in like 11 months. They just, how much X?
Yeah, so Illuvium went up. I made a video on Hex the other day. And I was talking about how the OMI token could 90x based on the Hex token. And that wasn't at all clickbait, by the way. Like, that was factually proven with numbers. Like, I showed it all and explained exactly how it could happen.
And what price point did you make that? But OMI was at 0.003 at the time?
0.004, I believe.
Okay, all right.
Or
so
0.0042. It was a 90. It was going to bring OMI to, like, I think it was like 36 cents or something like that, 35 or 36 cents. And that was just based solely off of understanding what a market cap is, understanding what a circulating supply is. And Hex is actually, there's a couple of content creators, Chris Sievers, who has a YouTube channel as well, has just over 1,000 subscribers. I did a live with him a week or two ago. He actually got me interested in Hex and looking into it and stuff. He's quite heavily invested. And it's just a very interesting concept what they're doing with their token and with the staking and the ability. Like, I think people are really sleeping on what staking is going to do to the token. Like, regardless, like, you have to remember, like, regulatory bodies and agencies are starting to come down on staking for offering more of a specific token and it being classified as a security. But OMI is already ahead of that curve because they're planning to offer staking as a form of utility to get rewards. I think they even mentioned like golden gems and stuff. So like what they could conceivably do, it was like a couple months ago. Yeah, Daniel Lee did a video on it, or it was Hello K that did a video on it.
Yeah.
And like, so conceivably what they could do, and this is just my interpretation and idea of it, but like, let's say you stake 1 million OMI, they could give you a golden gem that's worth $100, right? But you can't cash it out for anything. You can only use it to offset the cost of a purchase of a collectible or whatever. But like, that's giving you monetary value without giving you monetary value, right? Because a gem is not actually a currency. It's a gem. So like the reason that they're taking longer to do this stuff, and the reason that you're seeing a lot of these projects, like SafeMoon and Shiba and whatever, like Shiba open up their own exchange and whatever. Like the reason that they're doing all this stuff is like, it's not necessarily, I'm not gonna say it's illegal, but it's not necessarily above bar. But it's just, there's so many of them, and there's only so many resources dedicated to enforcing these right now, that is why we're starting to see the regulation creep in from these bodies, specifically being, headed up in the United States. And like for me, like Binance, like in Ontario, the Ontario Regulatory Exchange Commission, Ontario is the province that I live in, so similar to a state in the US. We're not allowed to use Binance for certain things now. So like by the end of the year, we're not allowed to use Binance. So, until they start changing their ways, and I think in the UK, it was a big deal as well. So until they start changing the way that they do these specific things when it comes to staking, like you have to remember that people that have certain items staked and different things that maybe aren't going to start getting rewards anymore, there'll be no incentive to hold that token anymore. So where can they put their money that they get incentive, that they get something out of, that they can convert into some form of monetary value? The OMI token. And that's what I'm saying. Blue chip, like people, like, I'm not saying that the OMI token is bear market proof, but outside of Bitcoin, Ethereum, Cardano, Litecoin, and maybe
Solana.
one or two other Solana, there's not a lot of tokens that actually have utility, right? Like they're all driven on social sentiment and hype and false promises or hope. OMI is going to have that utility, and on top of having that utility, people are going to want to park their money there, right? Because there's going to be value to having your money invested in that project at that time. So it's just going to be crazy when so many people come and stake their OMI tokens for whatever reward is offered. And like I said, hopefully in the next 8 days, we find out what that is. And when that article comes out, like I'm expecting big things, and I don't know if you can touch on it or not, or whether you'd remain to just leave it ambiguous regardless. But I know that Dan Carruthers mentioned in the AMA that they had been poking people in the community to see what they would like to see out of the Master Collector program. And I don't want to go out on a limb here, but as a collector yourself of Pokemon cards and as a influential member of the content community, I would say that if they didn't, they probably should have reached out to you. And like, do you feel, even if you don't want to comment on that part, do you feel that whatever gets rolled out with the Master Collector program will be in line with what you would expect as a collector to see?
I mean, I can't confirm or deny anything about that, but I will say that from what's already happened, you can tell that the collector's influence is felt on the decisions they've already made with first appearances and then first editions, and then having so many of them and having secret rares. Those secret rares are just the biggest thing, because I still remember when that happened, Pokemon, first time, it was the Rocket set. You had a secret rare Dark Raichu. It was supposed to be 82 cards. Suddenly we have 83 out of 82. What? And then it happened again with Neo Discovery and then Neo Destiny. I was like, or Neo Rev, and I was like, oh my God, these secret rares are only supposed to be 100, something that was 132. So the fact that they're doing secret rares, you can tell that collectors' influences are felt with these drops. And if they had started with that, I would say speculatively there will probably be more of that in the future. Like there's going to probably be Easter eggs of, oh, hey, you think this is the only thing that happens in this certain game. Play it enough, you'll be able to see like, oh, Easter egg like they have in like some of the Link games, Easter eggs like they have in even Wii Bowling, where you ride the ball on like the edge and then and it only works on that that last shot. Just different things that you can do that won't be discovered until weeks, months, maybe even years down the line. I definitely do think that's a possibility.
Wow.
Yeah.
You just got me excited. I gotta buy more OMI. I gotta find money.
That's what I'm trying. Nobody else is buying.
You wanna buy a baseball? I have a collectible baseball signed by the 1993 World Series champion Toronto Blue Jays. The whole team. I tried to message Jeremy Padawar about this because I randomly have it. My grandfather gave it to me. He was a limo driver back in the 90s, and he got me this baseball signed by, like I said, the entire 1993 Toronto Blue Jay World Series champion. And I'm like I know, like I said, I know nothing about collecting. I'm like, how much is this thing worth? So I don't know what to do with it. It's just kind of sitting in a container for.
Katie said about, don't forget France, I'll buy the Eiffel Tower. I'll rent the Eiffel Tower for you. When my friend Lilith came to the US, she's from Austria, and the first time she came to the US, she wanted to go to Walmart for whatever reason. And because she's like, yeah, it's the American thing to do. You go to Walmart and I was like, okay, if this is what you really want to do. And so she goes to Walmart and she buys a family pack size of Reese's peanut butter cups. Okay. And I was like, I can go and get you, like, we can get steak, we can get New York pizza. I was like, no, we don't have the, like, I guess I didn't have them. What type of food are you expecting when you get to America? You get to all these parties. What food do you want?
Oh, man. You're killing me too, because I'm on a 30-day like cleanse right now. So like,
I thought you were drinking juice before.
Yeah, I'm like eating healthy. I'm drinking healthy because I'm like a fatty, so I'm trying to eat better. Like we have like homemade cereal and stuff, and now you're like, hey, name all of the delicious food that you want to eat right now. Honestly, for me, and it sounds silly, but like it's not even a type of food, but it's like you guys have chains in the States that we just don't have in Canada. Like, like I had the Cheesecake Factory. Like I'm a big cheesecake guy, and like went to the Cheesecake Factory when I was in Miami a few years back, and like that was just like the most amazing experience ever. And then you have like a bunch of like, I guess, fast food restaurants and stuff and whatever that we just don't have in Canada. Like we're very simple. Like we only have like McDonald's and Wendy's and whatever. And you guys have all these like fun things. And I watch The Night Shift with Mike Malak. He's a friend of Logan Paul's, and he's got like he's like a big foodie, and like he's going to all these like crazy like burger places all over the place. And I'm like, yo, like you guys, and I'm sure we have some cool stuff here that I just don't know about, but it's just like I just want to try some cool stuff, some like eclectic stuff that's just like whatever. Have you ever had a beaver tail? Do you know what a beaver tail is?
No. What's describe it? That sounds interesting.
Man, we got to get you up to Canada ASAP. Beaver tail is like it's like a deep fried like donut dough thing that's in the shape like a beaver is like a national animal of ours. So like a beaver tail is like long, right? So it's like this, and it's like deep fried. And it's like coated in like sugar, and just like you can get like just the most like random stuff on top of it. Man, it's so good. It's actually crazy. And do you eat poutine a lot in the States, or is that more of a Canadian thing?
Poutine?
You don't know what poutine is? Oh,
I don't think so.
What guys, the Canadians in the chat, we gotta get Randy as a honorary Canadian here for a minute. So poutine is like it's French fries, but with gravy and cheese curds and stuff poured over top of it and like melted or whatever. It's a good time. It's a vibe. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I could do that. Do you guys have carnival food up there?
Carnival food, like, are you talking about just like deep fried, like
deep fried Oreos or something along those lines?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we have this chain called Chocolat Favori, and it's like $8 to get do you guys have Dairy Queen?
Yes.
Yeah, so like kind of like Dairy Queen, but like more like high end, and they like dip it in real chocolate and like melts and like combines it. Man, you're making me so hungry right now. Oh my god! Oh man, this is like. On a funny aside, my wife and I, we've been together for 11 years, but married for 2. We went out for our 2-year anniversary a week or so back, and we're on this detox. So we're trying to be responsible. We went to a steakhouse for some reason, and red meat is one of the things you're not allowed to eat. So I'm at a steakhouse and I'm not allowed to eat red meat. And I looked at her and I was like, literally what you're doing to me right now is being like, hey, let's go to the strip club for a buffet, but you're not allowed to look at any of the women. I'm like, what are you doing to me? Like,
Yeah.
I'm only a man. I'm
Yeah.
only a man. So now I gotta take a bite of my disgusting cereal while you
do it. I would say that I do have to run to the gym. I do have to go to the bathroom. This is probably the longest that I've gone without going to the bathroom. Literally, even when I sleep, I go and I get up like 3 hours, like, go to the bathroom, and then I try to go back to sleep, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So I'm going to bounce. Any ending thoughts that you have here? You want to say to the community, or some people that like in the future that might take this and they might play it on like a news clip on like CNBC, MSNBC, anything to like, if you have like a platform to the world, what do you want to say?
I got into this space not too long ago relative to the crypto market as a whole. I've never been through a bear market. I've never even been through a full bull market.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't give you, or anyone for that matter, all of the answers that you may be looking for. All that I can say with some semblance of certainty, with it not being financial advice, but reading between the lines, I have never felt more conviction in anything that I've ever really been a part of in my entire life. Like, I believe in this project as much as I believe in my marriage, as much as I believe in the love that I have for my family. Like, I have invested so much, not just money, because money is, it's paper, whatever. I've invested so much time and effort into researching every single facet of this project and this token that, like I said earlier, and I'll say it again, I can't foresee an avenue outside of, like I said, the entire team passes away, or the craziest, like, they did some illegal stuff and they're like Bond villain level stuff that like literally everyone missed. Like, I'm talking like every lawyer, every regulatory body, like everybody missed it. Like, sort of just like this crazy, just like not going to happen scenario. I just don't see it. And you know what? It's not, I mean, who am I, right? I'm just a guy on a screen talking. Like look at people like Jeremy Padawar, who is invested in the project and will regularly post on his socials bullish sentiments towards the token. Guys, he knows what's coming. He's not an idiot. He's a global toy licensor for Pokemon, and he gets it. Look at someone like Gary Vaynerchuk, who is already very successful in his own right when it comes to business. And he has come out publicly and stated several times that he has only ever felt as excited about the NFT boom as he has twice in his life. And that was at the inception of the internet and like investing in like Facebook and stuff. Like, these are people who aren't just run-of-the-mill people who had some money that invested in a project. These are guys that don't just, they live it. And they understand where we are going. And Gary Vee has come out several times and said, intellectual property, 98% of projects are going to fail, but intellectual property is what's going to win the day. He may not have essentially come out and, promoted Veve as of yet, but he's not an idiot. Logan Paul, say what you want about him as a person, as a businessman, very, very intelligent.
Yeah.
There are people, and I'm sure Randy knows them and can't talk about them, but there are a lot of people who have a lot of money invested in this project that are not idiots.
Yeah.
The smart money is here, and they haven't sold, and they haven't sold for a reason, because they understand the value proposition of the token and they understand where the token is going. And I, for one, am very grateful to have found the project when I did. And I very much look forward to going on this ride with you, Randy, and with everyone else in the community. It's going to be so exciting, and I just can't wait.
Yeah, no, say, and like you were saying, like a bunch of smart monies here. Jeremy Padawar talking about Pokemon, and I think there might have been a three-way trade there. Like, oh, hey, whoever had the Pokemon license, there might have been, hey, let me give you OMI, you know, do some of the whatever it was. I'm pretty sure David and Dan and Alcon, there's like, hey, let's whatever we need to do, let's go and let's do what we need to do to get this Pokemon license. And I'm pretty sure they had that. Again, we have Marvel and DC, so I'm pretty sure we have Disney and Star Wars. But when Altcoin Daily tweets out OMI is my homie, and this is what they do, what they live and breathe as far as altcoins, content every single day. They've made videos about OMI, tweeted about OMI. It's like, yeah, like I said, smart money's in, and a bunch of people with a lot more money than us have gone on, and they're hodling, they're not selling. Even Jake Gagon, who's like the king of like buying down here and selling up here, like the king of flipping, has still, to my knowledge, has not sold any of his OMI. So when you have certain people like that that are known for flipping and don't flip, and when you have people like, again, Altcoin Daily, that just this is what they do. They have like 1 million subscribers almost. It makes it easier for me to be like, okay, well, I'm not the only one. We're not the only one.
One of us.
No,
man. Well, Randy, thank you so much for having me on, man. It's been such a pleasure. When I started this today, I was like, oh, we'll maybe talk for an hour or whatever. We'll see where things go.
4 hours later.
Yeah, we're eclipsing the 4-hour mark. It's been such an honor and a pleasure to be able to speak with you, and just like I said, and I do, you're such a genuine person who just has everyone's best interest in mind. And I just love everything that you do for the community. And, you know, you were one of the main reasons, you know, you're one of the main people that I listened to when I first got in, and you know, I really do appreciate it. And I very much look forward to being a part of this community and being, you know, a content creator with everyone else. And, you know, hopefully as things progress and, you know, the price continues to rise, we can have some of those get-togethers and, you know, those streams and things like that. And yeah, I'm very much looking forward to it. So
yeah, same here. Cheers, everybody. I hope please comment, like, subscribe. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. Thank you, everybody, for those super chats. And everyone say bye-bye to Dashi. Bye-bye, Dashi. You need something in the background. You need like a big cat. I know you have a small dog. That's that's why I picked up my dogs at one point. I was like, here you go. I may get a green screen eventually, just something to put up. But yeah, I don't know. Well, like I said, this YouTube thing was never like, I'm not monetized. I'm not making any money. I'm not doing anything. Like, for me, it's fun. I sit down and I get to communicate with people. Honestly, this for a lot more has been a lot more fun than me just making a video, because we've been able to interact with the community and get their sense and their questions and things like that. So it's just been fun. It's been a good time. And yeah, I should probably get, I was thinking, like, is there a way, and I don't know if you know this or not, is there a way that I can eventually, I guess when the Veve web application comes out, will I be able to like superimpose some of my collectibles on my webcam in my background? Like, could I have my lucky rabbit like chilling on my couch in the background, you think? You might be able, it might be easier for you with a computer, might be harder with me with just a tablet.
Yeah.
But probably, I would say that's something that we could do. And if it's not, I'm sure there's a way you could do it. I don't know how yet. Or even just like set up a iPad or something in the background and just, I don't know, something like that. Sure. I'm sure we could figure it out. Desktop should be coming soon. I can't wait. So everyone, excuse me, I have to pee. I have to go to the gym. Lots of stuff. All right, goodbye, guys. Meow, meow. And thank you so much again. Subscribe to him as well. He's tagged on Twitter. Do you have your YouTube on your Twitter?
I do have my YouTube on my Twitter, yeah.
All right, very good. Go to his Twitter. All right, goodbye, guys. Meow, 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 meow. And the broadcast. Meow.